Good morning. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District Special Board Meeting for December 5th, 2023, and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 and 2 on the closed session portion of the agenda. Mr. Hoffman, do we have any public comment on these items?
We do not.
Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and recess into closed session.
Right now I'm telling about 6.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, folks, we're going to get started. Can I have members up to the dais, please?
Well, I came by and then I'm like,
It looks like it's Earl Grey tea.
Look at you. Yeah, it's pretty close. Okay, folks, we're going to begin. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:32 a.m. and announce that the board met in closed session. And let me make sure I read this correctly. The board voted unanimously in favor of adopting dismissal charges against a certificated employee. The vote was unanimous by all of those present, with 2 absences being Ms. Jamerson and Mr. Yang. With that, welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform, and today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Please allow me to read some public comment information. During special board meetings like today's meeting, the public may make comments on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the time that the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another speaker to increase total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to students, are made to feel safe, welcome, and valued. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. First item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to invite Dr. Graywall up to please lead us.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Graywall. Let us begin with an overview of the day led by Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you very much. So exciting day. I'm really glad we have this opportunity. Today, we are going to be focused on supports that we provide students across the district through our MTSS program or support platform. And then we are actually going to talk significantly about teaching and learning and the work that's being done across the district. I think it is, it's a great focus. We actually had the opportunity to meet with the California Collaborative a couple of weeks ago. We've had superintendents from across the state, as well as advocates for many of the major organizations that advocate for students across the state. And we shared very similar information with them, and they were largely blown away. And they were, like me, just thankful and refreshed with the concept of being focused on instruction. So really excited about it today. The team that's presenting today have done phenomenal work, and just looking forward to that. The only other note is I will be sneaking out a little bit early. I'm going to be headed to San Francisco to pick up my son from Dublin, Ireland. So he's been gone for a little while. So excited about that. So I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Okay, with that, our first actual item is a multi-tiered system of support. Ms. Sylvester, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item? I don't think so.
Can you hear me? Yes. Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. And Ms. Albiani has graciously agreed to sub for Ms. Jamerson today. Do we have any blue cards for this item?
We have no blue cards, Madam President.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment. Mr. Cerruti, we are ready for the presentation.
Good morning and thank you, Madam President, school board members, and Superintendent Hoffman. And to just reiterate what Superintendent Hoffman just mentioned, we sincerely appreciate the opportunity to provide both information, but you're going to find this to be an interactive day. We'll engage you in some activities to further embed your understanding of both MTSS, but also the academic component of MTSS, and we refer to it as our instructional framework. So before we just jump into that, and I invite my friend and colleague, Ms. Avey up, who will orchestrate the remainder of the day. And we have a number of key staff that will be participating as well. Just wanted to ground the board in some historical perspective and some background information, both a historical perspective on the pendulum that has swung and continues to swing in public education. And I'll reference that in just a second. And then also MTSS, the first S is referring to a system, and I just want to talk just briefly about systems. And so with that, a bit of a timeline. And so No Child Left Behind, part of the Bush administration in 2002. And then in response to No Child Left Behind, and I won't go into a great deal of detail, nor will I share an opinion on any of these, but certainly public education is guided and directed by politics and law. And so this was all part of that. But at the core of No Child Left Behind was a focus on every student. And so with that, I give it credit. Part of that then was the accountability systems that followed. And so in California, it was the Academic Performance Index in 2003, and some may recall what that was. It was a single number that schools would receive. And it was always the goal that the idea was if you hit 800, that meant it was a good school. And again, I won't go into what exactly that means. And is it true? If it was 800, does that guarantee that it's a good school? I'll touch bases on some of these metrics and what some of this means, but I just provided a little information around that was in the days of the CSTs. And that score was based on that test score. Another important date for Elk Grove and districts across the state, but in particular with us, was 2011, and that's when educationally related mental health services shifted from the county to school districts. And I want to be clear when that term educationally related mental health services, I don't believe, and I'm saying this with considerable confidence, that's not a term that's actually used in any legislation. That's a term that school districts used, and in particular, whether it be the LCAP, and it was to distinguish between medical clinical services and the types of services that we provide. Ours are educationally related. And so whenever we're providing health services, whether it be physical health or mental health, it's always with the concept in mind of having that student be able to successfully access curriculum. That doesn't mean I have access to a book. It means I can successfully understand, access the curriculum, and successfully engage in classroom activities. So that's the focus that we have as an educational institution. So in 2013, you can see a shift, California Growth API. The original API was not a growth measure. So now there was consideration being given to growth. And following that, around that same time, the following year was the LCAP. Then part of the Obama administration was ESSA, and it was really an extension, so to speak. And again, I'm not going into considerable detail about both NCLB and ESSA, but it's safe to say that what ESSA did is ESSA also had significant accountability systems that were attached to it, meaning you have to measure student performance and student growth. And that in both cases, there was both financial implications as well as the, well, how do I want to put it? School districts that may not be showing the level of growth they should could have external agencies come in and provide direction to a school district. Given that ESSA was a bit more comprehensive, what took place is the California dashboard. And in a second, I'm going to talk, this is going to get into systems thinking in terms of mechanistic and systems thinking, and you'll see how these things come together. And also, and this is what I'm talking about, this pendulum over this 20 years years, that pendulum has swung times. And so tiered systems of support, MTSS. So was updated by Congress. There was something called an RTA model, response to intervention. And that was a model that was specifically focusing on students with disabilities, and so was talking about the need to begin to identify additional intensive supports to provide services for students with disabilities. And from those beginnings, as a tool to help improve the educational outcome for all students, that's where MTSS started to it's academic, behavioral, and social emotional. There's 3 different components to it. Supports and strategies for students with various needs. To support students with disabilities, and positive behavioral interventions and supports, PBIS. So this was the natural progression over those 20 years. We began, I'll just touch briefly. From that point on, I was in that room right there. There was 6 of us, and we were given a dollar amount to say, these are the monies that you now have to support mental health services there at that time, with the support of our superintendent, that those special education students. And we're also going to be putting a model together that can support all students. So that's where it began. And that's where we started having conversations. Mental health therapists, psychologists, social workers, counselors. What can they do? Because there's certain things that cross over. There are certain things for a second about systems, because you're going to hear MTSS, and it is a system. So just a few facts about systems, and these are every system has a purpose within a larger system. So it basically means all systems are part of other systems. All components of a system must work together to achieve to internal and external influential factors. And systems may increase effectiveness and growth if appropriate adjustments are made based upon One of the things for us to think about, and for you to think about right now, is our whole series of systems that all are interacting. Another thing to ask yourselves, so systems thinking, lots of times when they very well could be. It also can be just a catchphrase these days. The thinking, which is very westernized. So that's that's the way Western consider societal change, organizational institutions, and vision and focus are thinking, and systems thinking are not an either or. They actually are movement along a continuum. So you may be thinking, what the heck does all this mean? And the complexities of what we're doing, there is no way we'll be able to be efficient and effective. So the printing here is a bit small, and I'm not going to is that we saw in terms of curriculum. And so what we would consider to be subjects. So you see biology, chemistry, and algebra. Social sciences and theoretic physics. So I had the pleasure that's the study of inland water systems. And so I can clearly recall sitting in classes and having those that were in biology look at me and say, "You're not smart enough to be in biology." That's what I care about. So needless to say, we need both. It's the shift from mechanistic thinking to systems thinking. But it doesn't mean it's exclusive. So if you think of, as a former math teacher, and was for, everybody's going to agree. Oh, no, 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 no. There was considerable disagreement about what should be in algebra. And what you ended up having is we were leaving geometry exclusive from algebra. I didn't understand why. Didn't make sense to me. I'm not saying I was right. And there were others who were the more mechanistic thinkers. You need both. You need to understand if you have a bicycle and kind of explains. So now, what are we? What's EGUSD? So we talk about ourselves and I heard a solid no, so I'm going to speed up. Message received, Ms. Albiani. But the, really what this was is this was elementary education. I was an associate superintendent at the time. These names are not going to make a lot of sense. It was pre Dr. Graywall and pre Mr. Schweitzer. That was myself. It was Ms. Cherry, and it was Ms. Penna. And folks, our teams, and we were getting together, and different than an org chart. An org chart explains how you're structuring your people and who aligns to who. This is really, we were asking ourselves the question, how do we decide what we're doing? How do we decide what to do? This is actually a question when I was a school director, I used to ask principals. And I remember them looking like, what are you talking about? And I said, well, how do you decide what to do? And they kind of looked, and I said, well, if we took a black magic marker, each of us, permanent black magic marker, and we started to write on the walls in your office, all the things you could focus on, within a half an hour, your walls would be black. You start dealing with every subject matter and multiple things in every subject matter. You could deal with personnel, you could deal with safety, you could deal with facilities, you could deal with parents, you could deal, right? So then the question is, how do you decide what to do? What are your priorities? You could easily have 1,000 priorities. How do you decide what to do? We could do the same thing at the district level. So this was an attempt for us to capture the essence of what it is that we do, not just how we structure ourselves. The reason we don't show this, this used to be something that was one of the first slides of a presentation. When this got out, it's not that it shouldn't have gotten out. People latched onto it. It's referred to as a schema. So people like Piaget, the human growth and development folks, the reason people latch onto it is because it represents order. And in our world, there can be, we deal with a lot of chaos. That's not a bad thing. Systems are always filled with chaos. There's a lot of things going on. This meant order. So they actually said, oh, all the things that make up my world as a teacher or as a principal, this provides some structure. The reason we don't hang on to this and use this all the time, systems never stop changing. That graphic will continue to change. So if the next year there's something different, people are going, what happened to the other one? So that isn't necessarily where we land. You'll see in just a second where we landed, because from that emerged our strategic goals. So if we consider ourselves a learning system, and systems have inputs, outputs, and outcomes, so what's the primary input into our learning system? It's people. What's the primary output? Meaning activity. So in inputs, remember what we invest, people, time, and money. What are outputs? It's what those things do. The primary thing we do is teach. Clearly, that's what our teachers are doing, our invaluable teachers doing every day. Do we think perhaps a bus driver was actually providing some teaching to some of the kids when they got on the bus today? I do. How about a food service worker? How about a custodian? How about campus supervisors? That's why I didn't limit it to teachers. But that primary output is teaching. And in a learning system, what's the primary outcome? It's learning. It's learning. So everything that we are doing, we should be grounding it down to academic, behavioral, and social emotional learning. And that's where we are right now. That's why I started with this pendulum, because it was not that long ago, it was academic learning. Didn't mean that there weren't considerations being given to the others, but not as holistically as they are now. Not at all. They were not. So from that systems approach emerged our strategic goals, and you're familiar with these. And that's the historical perspective I wanted to provide. Just a couple other quick comments, then I'm going to turn it over to Jen, and I believe she and Don are going to walk you through a view of MTSS as a model. Because the other thing in terms of MTSS, oftentimes it's thought of, if people say, we need more MTSS, they're probably thinking of social, emotional, or mental health service. It's not what it is. Actually, the MTSS model encompasses everything that we do. Everything. Academic, behavioral, and social emotional. So we do want to ground the board in understanding what that model is. And today we're going to focus on the academic component, and we're hopeful. Superintendent, we have tentative plans, and certainly things can change, but the superintendent and the board president in the coming months and into the future will determine, but we have on the schedule to address the other two, with our goal being by the spring, April or May, we feel like the board will have a significantly elevated, it's not like you don't understand this now, but we can assure you, you're going to learn very deeply how we're not just programming, but also how we're evaluating what it is that we're doing, so that when we're having budgetary or when you're having budgetary or policy discussions in decision-making positions, our job is to inform you as much as we possibly can. So that's ultimately what we're trying to do. So overall, that's our piece. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. There they are. And we're going to kick it off. So we're going to go MTSS, and then we'll probably take a little break, and then we're going to come back, and the remainder of the afternoon is going to be digging into that academic component. And get ready, because I think they're going to have you doing all sorts of things this afternoon. So I appreciate it very much. Any questions before I back away?
Seeing
Good.
none, sir.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. So the packet that we've presented to you is the PowerPoint. It allows you to take some notes along the way if you have the questions on there or just thoughts and ahas. And then there's also a document that Mr. Ross will refer to later in his presentation. So thank you, Mark, for, yes.
Same one that was in our agenda pack?
It is. We just provided it to make it easier for following along today. So thank you, Mr. Cerruti, for establishing that foundation about systems, because MTSS is absolutely based on a system to improve student outcomes. Today, we want to confirm and just build upon the board's current knowledge about MTSS to inform those policies and budget decision-making that happens along the line. As we look at the system today with MTSS, we're kicking off the instructional framework with the first portion of it. And then we have some tentative dates where we will bring to you a report as well on social emotional learning and PBIS. Our presentation format is familiar to everyone. We're going to start off with the why. Why is MTSS needed in the first place? And how does it support students, specifically academically, behaviorally, and looking at their SEL skills? We also want you to know how The MTSS framework and process has been designed in Elk Grove to meet the needs of educators in Elk Grove. We also want to land with what the framework is and the difference between the framework and the process for MTSS. Those are often confused, and Mr. Ross will do an excellent job explaining those two different portions of it. Then we'll end with some confirmed progress, and we'll open it up to questions at that time. So why is MTSS needed? Our first question. So the main basis of it is it's about addressing the needs of all students. It's a holistic approach to look at the three components that every student needs to be successful in their educational life within our system. It aligns the entire system, and I'll go specifically to a school site. So if you're looking at how, as a former site principal, how a site would be arranged, you would be looking at your systems, your procedures, your practices, your policies that contribute to the success, or potentially through examining it, the lack of success for student outcomes related to behavior, SEL, and academics. And then we also like to note that it really is a continuous improvement process because, as Mr. Ross will explain to you today, a comprehensive team comes together and they're continually looking at student data. So it's looking at the data specifically to individual students that often informs the practices or policies that go on at a school site and could potentially inform the practices and policies and supports that we provide at the district level. When we look at how MTSS was developed in Elk Grove, it has a history pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, Mr. Ross brought a team together, and it was a comprehensive team that was made up of site leaders, teachers, district level staff, so a wide variety of perspectives and experiences in the educational system. And from that, it was this need that for us to very clearly be able to define academics in Elk Grove, social emotional learning in Elk Grove, and behavioral needs. So the history with Elk Grove is we already had a well-established PBIS program. And at that time, what the focus generally was on was looking at Tier 2 and Tier 3. So it was responding to students who weren't showing or demonstrating success at Tier 1, and it was a focus on their behavior and their mental health needs. So something at that time that was missing for us was a laser look at Tier 1 on academics and SEL needs. And that was the evolution for Elk Grove that Mr. Ross will present to you as the presentation continues. The other part that we want to point out, and in a recent communication board presentation, Ms. LeMay and the FACE team, Ms. Lavasser came forward and they shared with you the family connection. Clearly, families are connected to MTSS. They're probably even more than Tier 1. They're probably the basis of it because they bring their students to us with their experiences and expectations for what they expect from us as a school system. So we wanted to emphasize as well that families are equipped to support MTSS by knowing these three things that Ms. LeMay shared with you. Always knowing how their students doing, therefore we need a system to know how the students are doing, knowing what's expected of them to learn. We could also probably add to that how they're going to learn. And then how can they help their student both academically, behaviorally, and social emotionally. We also like to emphasize school attendance because without being there, we're not able to accomplish all three areas. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the presentation over to Mr. Don Ross, who has a lovely froggy voice today.
Thank you, Miss Avey. So again, appreciate you allowing us to take the time to talk about multi-tiered systems as a support today. And as Miss Avey said, I'm going to go over some of the framework itself and the process that's involved. So what are the MTSS framework and the MTSS process? And so what is MTSS? And Miss Avey mentioned that pre-COVID, we had a committee put together to really build the model of MTSS, to start to really look at that. And as Mr. Cerruti alluded to build it upon the frameworks that we had already existing. Part of their role too was to develop a definition for MTSS, and that's what you have in front of you right now. So the Elk Grove Unified School District's multi-tiered system of support is a culturally responsive, comprehensive framework. It identifies student needs. It provides those universal accesses to evidence-based practices. And I'm going to stress a lot today, universal access in Tier 1 and how important that is. And it organizes and implements the necessary supports and interventions for the purpose of achieving academic, social, emotional, and behavioral success for all students. So MTSS, broken down a little bit further, it does have two functions, MTSS as a framework and MTSS as a process. And we often, when we think of MTSS, we do think of the process of how we support our students up and down the pyramid. But in order for the process to work, you have to have a strong foundation of the framework itself. And that foundation is the development of a cohesive and teaching learning environment. And within that framework, there are certain practices that need to be in place to strengthen the process and the whole entire framework, so that we are optimizing not only the teaching and learning environment, but we're creating a culture of thriving for our students. And as was mentioned, this framework itself, right, also has additional frameworks in it and practices within that framework. So it has the instructional framework, it has the social emotional framework from CASEL, it has our behavioral framework from PBIS. And there are specific strategies, specific practices, and things that we should be doing within within each of those frameworks in order to build a really strong MTS system. And so, for example, I'll just go over a few of those. So when it comes to academics, we're making sure that our folks, our teachers, are implementing the principles of the instructional framework. It's really powerful. I think when we talk about MTSS for EGUSD and we look at MTSS in other districts may have social-emotional frameworks and behavioral frameworks. I don't think there are very many districts that have the support of an instructional framework. And I think that's critical to how well our MTSS is developed. So implementing those practices, because good instruction is going to go a long way in supporting our students. The board graciously purchased SEL curriculum for every school in our district. And so we need to make sure that we're implementing and teaching SEL, not only explicitly, but also when the opportunity presents itself, we're integrating that into our lessons as well. That we dedicate time to making sure that we teach the school-wide expectations, not only inside the classroom, but outside the classroom. Wherever students are, they should know the expectations that we have for them and the behavioral expectations. That we also establish a process for recognizing students when they're positive behavior, when they're demonstrating things that are positive. We should have a process in place to recognize them. That we're regularly examining data. We have Tier 1 teams at each of our school sites, and they're regularly looking at discipline data, climate data, and seeing how as a school we're doing. So making sure we have dedicated time for that so our teams can meet. Also, dedicating time to our Tier 1 teams so they can meet regularly as well. Later on, you're going to see what the tier teams are made up of. But a shout out to our principals, because dedicating time for our Tier 2 and Tier 1 teams to meet can be somewhat of a challenge, because many of the people on those teams are at multiple sites. So they work collaboratively together to make sure that happens. And then also making sure that we spend the time to build that community. The community in the classroom and in the school is really important. So things like developing or practicing community building circles is really important to building this strong instructional framework. It is a guide for us, right? So if I was at the site, a site principal again, and say I was at the elementary level, and I'm working with my Tier 1 team, and we noticed that we're having a lot of unwanted behaviors at recess. I could go back to my framework, right? And I can say, well, have we explicitly taught the expectations? Do kids know what they're supposed to be doing at recess? Do we need to go back to that? I could dig a little further too, and I could say, okay, maybe it's just a certain grade level. Maybe it's 5th grade. Let's take a look at how social emotional learning is being implemented in our 5th grade. So again, it guides us back. It's that system that Mr. Cerruti talked about, right? If we have something that's not working within our system, our framework allows us to go back and examine that a little bit further and see what we need to do to adjust. So that's the framework. The process is identifying, interpreting, and measuring data to support the individual and collective needs of all students. And I'm going to spend a little bit more time on the process because it does have several parts to it. We have a large district and we want to make sure, and we've worked really hard to make sure that our process for having students supported at the universal, the strategic, and the intensive level is the same across the district. So we have kind of set a standard for like, this is how we should operate across the district. And pretty proud that our schools are following that process. And you'll see that a little bit more when we get into how the teams meet. But it does start in our classroom, right? That high quality instruction. I can't emphasize enough how important universal tier 1 is to the overall structure, right? It's at the bottom. It's the largest portion of the pyramid. And that's for a reason. Because if we have a strong universal supports in place, then we're going to see fewer students moving up the pyramid and needing strategic supports or needing intensive supports, and ideally not needing to special education supports as well. So it's really critical that we build that strong foundation. 80 to 90% of our students can be successful at the tier 1 level, especially if we are following these things. And you're going to see they're similar to what I just spoke to about the framework. We're teaching those school-wide expectations. We're modeling appropriate behavior. So whether we're actually teaching SEL explicitly or not, our teachers are doing a good job. Just by how they model, they're teaching SEL in the classroom. Establishing routines and procedures. We know by research, our students do really well when we have routines and procedures in place for them. And then providing the instruction that is culturally and linguistically relevant in our instructional framework. And then again, I'm sounding like a broken record, but making sure that we're teaching that social emotional piece is a large part of building that strong tier 1 supports. Oh, sorry. Do you want me to start over? Okay, well, that's good. But there are students that are going to need additional support. And the structure is built for that. As I said before, at tier 1, we expect 80 to 90% of our students to be successful. We do know that some of our students are going to need additional support. And that might be at the tier 2 strategic level. And as we go up the levels, you'll see that at tier 2, it's mostly group work, and at tier 3, it's mostly individualized work. But it's also the intensity and the level of support that students are getting. So again, at tier 1, and I'm going to use a phrase that we often hear in special education, is least restrictive. That applies to this too, right? We want to serve students in a least restrictive environment. As we move up, strategic tier 2 is a little bit more restrictive, and tier 3 becomes even more restrictive. So we always want to look at that least restrictive environment. So for some of our students, again, 5 to 15% of our students may need those tier 2 strategic supports. In academics, it may look like support from an academic intervention teacher. Or we may even go back with the team may decide that we can help the teacher implement groups within the classroom itself, and that could be a group support as well. For social emotional, it might be group counseling that's focused on a social emotional skill. It also might be what we call a lunch bunch, that we're getting students together to develop their social skills as well. For behavior, it could be check in, check out. So we have students that are regularly checking in with an adult on campus. And some of our sites have mentor programs going on where they are checking in with adults regularly. It also can be a behavior support plan. We have, again, intensity. We have what we call simple behavior intervention plans. One of our wellness providers or behaviorists might go in and work with a teacher and say, okay, these are some of the strategies that you can use, and let's develop a plan based on that. So again, 5 to 15%. Then again, some students may need a little bit more intensity. Either the strategic tier 2 is not working, or right off the bat, the team feels that they need that intense level of support. That intense level of support is individualized support. In academics, sometimes our AITs are able to work with students individually, but most often in the academic world, it might come in the form of special education services for students. For social emotional, it's that individual counseling with a social worker, mental health therapist, a school psychologist, or a counselor. And then for that behavioral piece, I talked about the behavior intervention plan before. Now we're talking about one that's just more intense. So one of our behaviorists or school psychologists may go in and do what we call a functional behavioral assessment on the student and really dig into the root causes of the behavior and antecedents, and then develop a really comprehensive plan for that student at that level. And there are times we'll work with the family too, if we're providing mental health supports, but we'll also work with the family to make sure that their student is getting some long-term mental health supports through Care Solace. The thing really critical to understand about this model is that it is fluid. So as I mentioned, you might have a student in special education who's receiving tier 3 academic supports, but they're just doing fine in tier 1 with social, emotional, or behavioral supports. And just because the student is receiving tier 3 supports, they are not a tier 3 student. They are just receiving tier 3 interventions. All right. The request for assistance is the beginning of this process for seeking assistance from the MTSS Tier 2 team for supports. You have it in your packets, the request for assistance form. This form can be completed by any staff member. What it does is it outlines the concerns they have, either academically, social, emotionally, or behaviorally. And then they can submit that form to the MTSS team. However, before they submit that team, there are some things that we do ask that they do. One, that they have worked with the family or contacted the family, so the family is aware of the concern in the classroom, and then they get input from the family as to strategies and possible things that they can do and supports that are in place. And they can also let them know about their concerns and what the next process might look like as far as support for the student. We also ask that, and the form does go to site administration, so that they're checking in with the site administration, and site administration is aware of the concerns the teacher or staff member is having with the students. And if it's appropriate, even reaching out to our wellness providers and consulting with them, because often they can have a consultation with one of those providers, and that can address the problem in itself, and the RFA may not be needed. We do ask, and then it's on this form as well, that prior to sending the RFA, that they've tried interventions in the classroom. They tried those tier 1 interventions for at least 4 to 6 weeks. Again, at least restrictive. What have you done that's worked or has not worked in that tier 1 setting for our students? But if they do need the assistance, they submit the form. It is through Synergy. We have an MTSS Synergy module within our information system, our student information system. The MTSS team discusses these new, what we call RFAs, during weekly or bi-weekly meetings. And I'm happy to say that a lot of our teams are meeting weekly. So that means when the teacher submits this, they're not waiting a long time for the team to review this. The teams are pretty responsive and getting back to teachers on what the next steps will be and what that intervention might be for the student. The teams review not only this information that's in the request for assistance, but they also pulled CUME data. They'll look at assessments, any assessments that were done. They'll look at discipline data for the student as well. So they're gathering a bunch of information, as much information as they can about that student, so they can develop a plan. If a tier 2, 3 intervention plan is created for the student, the interventions are monitored all along. So the team is always meeting to monitor the interventions and how they're doing.
John,
Yes,
echoing Tony, your
Oh.
voice keeps going
does it?
down.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I apologize. And as I mentioned before, it may come to the team, right? And the team does have, it may say, we just need additional information. There's not really anything that we can do right now. We just need additional information. But it is a request for assistance. So what that means is we're not going to just leave that teacher say, sorry, we need information. They will do something. So they'll go back and then consult. They'll provide, whatever strategies they can while they gather that information so that they can make the best decision possible. It also may mean that, hey, I think we can do this. This can work in the tier 1 environment. Let's try this and see if this works. So it's that consultation back and forth with the teacher. Again, trying to really focus in on tier 1 supports for that student as much as possible. So the MTSS team, it's made up of core members. There's 6 to 8 core members that are attached to this. It is a multidisciplinary team on purpose, right? Because when we're looking at students, as Mr. Cerruti said, we want to look at the whole child. So we're not only just looking at academics, we're not just looking at the social emotional aspects and of the student, but also the behavioral things that are going on with the student. So we do have core members, our site administrators, our MTS counselors at the elementary level where we have them, and we are continuing to recruit and hire elementary counselors, our school social workers at the secondary level, mental health therapists, providing that mental health aspect to it, primarily at the elementary, but we do have some at the secondary who are working with students receiving educationally related mental health services. Our PBIS coaches, school psychologists, our instructional coaches, counselors, our academic and intervention teachers, they're all vital to this. And they all have a role to play. And when I get into the process, you'll see that there's various roles that each of these members plays in the team meeting. There are additional team members that we would involve. So for example, if a student is in foster care, we reach out to Maya and her team and have the case manager there so that they can provide input and guidance as well and support the student. If the student's experiencing homelessness, the same thing, reach out to Tammy's office and bring in the case manager. A health issue, bring in the school nurse. If it's an attendance issue, reach out to attendance improvement office so that we're pulling in as many people as we can to develop, again, the best plan for that student. So the team initiated problem solving, or what we call TIPS in our district, is followed by every team in the district. It is a research-based method for a team to meet and make decisions based on data. You do have that in your packet. I'll go over a little bit of that in a minute. The teams, it does follow this process though, right? And so, and I don't know if I mentioned, but teams are trained. So we do train the teams and we do annual updates on how this process should work. And again, as I mentioned before, we're a large district, so we want to make sure that we're doing the same process at all of our schools. Otherwise, it can become an equity issue, right? If we're not following those same processes. So it's outlined above so that we're digging into it, identifying the problem with precision, using that data and finding out the what, the when, the why, the how of that behavior. We're looking for a goal. There might be multiple goals for a student, but we're going to look at one at a time usually and really focus it on that one. And then we may go to the next one if that one, if we resolve that. They're identifying solutions and creating an implementation plans. And that's that brainstorming session. They're really taking the data, taking a look at it. And then here's the goal. What's the best plan to match with that goal? Implementing solutions with high integrity. So are we doing what we said we were going to do? Right? So if we said that we were going to do a behavior support plan, did we develop the behavior support plan and are we implementing it? So doing fidelity checks along the way to make sure that we're doing what we said we were going to do. Monitoring the impact of the solution and compare it against the goal. Again, continually progress monitoring. These teams don't just look at new students, they're continually looking at the students that are being supported along the way. And then making those summative evaluations. Has a student made progress if they met their goal? Do they need to graduate or fade from the intervention? Is a student making progress, but we need a little bit to go a little bit longer with this. We see that sometimes with mental health supports, right? We say they're going to get about 8 weeks of support, but they may need more support. And so we're not going to just say, oh, we're done. We're going to continue with that support along the way. And then sometimes it's the student's not making progress at all. And so what are we going to do? Again, the team's meeting, problem solving, it may mean a different intervention at that same level, or may mean a more intense level of intervention for that student. If you want to take a look at the handout for tips, it's the second one. It's that little longer one. And this is just it's in here. Looks like that. So this is the template we use. It may look slightly different. The frame of it, or at least the process, the steps along the way, the items along the way, they'll be the same in order, right? But there might be some nuances to it. There might be just some different roles that people have as far as coordinator roles go and whatnot. And when we skip down, if I skip down to the today's agenda, you see it outlines the time that's spent, but that may adjust, right? Because not every week will a school be doing new requests for assistances, right? So then that week, they may spend more time on what we call coordinator reports, or taking a look at the students that are already in the system and seeing how they're doing. But other times they may have quite a few RFAs coming in. They'll devote more time to that so that they can devote enough time that is appropriate. So they'll adjust as needed along the way. Coordinator reports, that means the people who are in charge of check in, check out, or in charge of the behavior support plans for the district, or monitoring that. They provide the team with an update, a bigger picture of this is how things are going in the district with our behavior support plans. This is how many we have. This is how well they're doing. Not individual students, but the bigger picture is what they're providing for everybody. Some sites might have an MHT report, and they're going to say, this is how many students we have. We're getting mental health support. And overall, this is how we're doing. So it gives that big picture for the team to see overall how interventions are being implemented and how they're doing in the site. After that, they do dig into more individual students, and they'll look at how students are doing, those students that need additional support. Then they'll look at students who need to either graduate or fade. So we'll start to slowly pull back from our supports. And then they'll take a look at the new students coming in and evaluate them. And in the end, they take the time to evaluate how they're doing as a team. So is our process working? Are we meeting like we should be meeting? Are we following the TIPS process like we should? So they kind of evaluate themselves along the way too. That's part of the TIPS process. And again, staff are trained in this. Our MTSS teams are trained in this. It's universally followed across the district. The form might look slightly different just to match their needs. So that is the process. So how do we measure MTSS? It's a big structure, right? And so we are working with research and evaluation to develop an MTSS pick. Working closely with Jeremy on what that should look like, and incorporating other aspects like PBIS and the tiered fidelity, and what parts of that can help inform us on our implementation of MTSS. We do have the MTSS Synergy module. It's our second year for that. It's great for our wellness providers, or the people on the MTSS team, because they develop plans for students, and they develop the plans for students within that module. And then we can take information and data off of that and see how students are doing on their goals. So that's inputted into the system as well. A highlight to that is that we just met with EduPoint, and EduPoint is going to be expanding in 2025 the capabilities of that module. And currently, I shared with you the TIPS format. teams, unfortunately, right now have to work in the TIPS format because it's a spreadsheet, and they also have to work in the module as well. In 2025, EduPoint is going to incorporate both of those so teams can work within the same system, same synergy, and they don't have to bounce back and forth between a spreadsheet and the module. And we can capture more data in the module that way. So that's exciting news that we just found out a couple of weeks ago. We use SEL survey data, see how we're doing. And as I mentioned before, we use that PBIS tiered fidelity inventory to also as a check. The PBIS tiered fidelity. So every year, annually, school sites, they do what's called the PBIS, the tiered fidelity inventory. So the site team, there's as I mentioned before, a tier 1 team. They get together with also a person from the outside of the school, and they go through what's basically is an assessment of how they are doing with PBIS at the tier 1 level, tier 2 levels, and the tier 3 levels. And so they get a score from that. It's a national score that they get. And you just, I don't know, last month, I think it was, schools were invited up to be recognized for being either gold, silver, or bronze, right? And so that's how well they did on this score. So we use that because MTSS and PBIS are so closely aligned that there are a lot of things within PBIS that tell us that the structures of MTSS are working. So when I said expectations, when you're teaching expectations, that's part of that MTSS tiered inventory. Right.
Well, Mr. Perez, just a reminder to use your microphone. Just use your microphone when you speak, okay?
What?
Just use your microphone when you speak so we can capture you, okay? I think. Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Oh, yeah. I've finished now. It's questions, if you have any.
All right, we're opening it up for questions and comments. I will begin with Ms. Sigala. Anything?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, Ms. Albiani, can we begin with you?
I thank you very much. I just have a few quick comments. I think the value of supporting our students and the clarity in tier 1 would have been very welcome when I was a teacher. And I think it's something we've developed that helps, and being able to have these people here because our teachers have such a big job to get those inputs to help them be successful in what's our exciting next part of our presentation. So I appreciate that greatly. Many years ago, I went to a 504 meeting and was told that my student got very good grades and they didn't understand why I had to be at a 504 meeting. And I, as a parent, it was heartbreaking, irritating, livid. I mean, like, take the choice. So I just so appreciate that we are raising humans and we are not just putting information into robots, and we are recognizing that as a district. So I appreciate that work. And my last thing is one question. I always think of counselors, and I'm probably lamenting this. So in elementary, in high school, there's such a need for them to be academic, to help these kids make sure they're getting where they want to go and to graduate. In our elementary, can you just give me a 30 seconds, a minute of what a counselor in elementary is focused on?
Sure. So it is more geared towards the social emotional behavioral aspect than it is the academic component. So the counselors at our schools, our elementary school sites, they are the kind of the coordinators of MTSS. So the roles that they have within that is that they're pulling together the team, they're facilitating this process. But they are also
Groups, stuff like that, running groups.
Yeah, but they're also running groups. So they're kind of doing organizational type work and systems work, but they are also service providers. So they are providing the group counseling at the sites. They're doing some push-in with teachers when it comes to SEL. So maybe a teacher's like, I'm really struggling with this lesson. Can you come in and support that? And so they'll come in and support that with whole class instruction support. They will do crisis intervention, right? So when a student is in crisis, they can be there to help that student individually as well. It's tiered in a sense that since we have mental health therapists, that we default to them for the most part for that longer term mental health support. But if students, need that support short term, yeah, the counselor is going to be available to do that.
Thank you. They just weren't there when my kids were in elementary school. So
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, just a few questions, Don. Don, do you get involved at all in RFA review in terms?
Can you get closer to the mic?
Do you get involved in RFA review from an overview standpoint with case managers or others so that you have a personal understanding of how it's going?
So I've been attending, or I attend MTSS meetings at school sites. So I've been making visits so that I can get an understanding of what this process looks like. One of the reasons for doing that was because I just wanted to make sure we produced a video as part of DEI. So every staff member in the district is required to see that video as part of DEI, and it explains MTSS and their role in MTSS. But I kind of wanted to follow up with that, make sure that, okay, is the process really working as it should be? I'm happy to say, is there work to be done? There's always work to be done. Can we get better? Certainly we can get better. But our school sites are doing a very good job of the process, working with students, brainstorming. Sometimes I go, wow, you're doing it's like you're doing a lot. You're doing too much, almost, like we want to say. But their passion, their knowledge about the students is incredible. I don't think I've been to a team, because we have the RFA, right, and they do some CUME research. But when I go to those meetings, they really do know those students really, really well, which is it's a great thing to see.
Thank you. Don, in slide, and you don't have to bring it up, in slide 13, it mentions that the teacher has a responsibility for monitoring what's going on in tier 2 and 3. But in slide 15, it indicates the classroom teacher is an other member. They're not a core member. If they have a responsibility to drive this, why aren't they a core member?
So that's a good question. And it's because of the structure of the meeting. So for the most part, like I said, they know the students. So there's a lot of information that prior to this meeting that those team members know, and they're getting it from the teacher. But the structure of the meeting is that we're talking about students in a shorter span of time, right? This is probably an hour-long meeting, and you saw what they're going to go through as a team. And so they're going through several things as a team, and they may only spend, 5-6 minutes on a student, one particular student, because they already have this information and they're moving forward. If they feel like they need more information, I said before, they may go back and say, we just need more information. And they may have the teacher come into that meeting, separately, or they'll gather the information from the teacher. But it's such a fast-paced meeting that to pull the teacher out and get a sub because we might be talking about 3-4 students at that time, we'd have to have a lot of keep people coming and going. There is also, I wanted to respond a little bit to the 504 piece, is that within the MTSS process, and I think it was a slide back here, you're going to see SSTs. So if at any point that the MTSS team thinks, you know what, we really need to dig into this a little bit more, they would hold an SST, and that SST is just for one student. So we're gonna really dig into this one student, spend 30 minutes to 60 minutes on this one student, and see what's going on with them. So that's when the teacher would really be involved. They're pulled into that SST meeting, as well as the
Mr.
family
Ross,
members.
just we try to define acronyms to make sure we're all on
I'm
the
sorry.
same page. Can you
The
just let us know?
student study team. So our student study team it almost used to, well, it used to live separately from MTSS. We would have SSTs and not necessarily any reference or work done through MTSS. And so we would have students jump to this SST process. And frequently there were 2 outcomes out of SST. Either a student was assessed for special education, or there was a 504 that was developed, right? But we didn't really look back and really dig into all those other interventions that we could have done. those tier 1 interventions, those tier 2 interventions, those tier 3 interventions. So that's really important. And there's been a team, a committee was formed to develop an SST process recently through CPL and our new coordinators. And so we are also training all of our staff on our new SST process as well, and how it is integrated into MTSS now. So again, teacher is super important, but it's more of a logistics thing. But if we really need that information, we'll pull that teacher into the equation.
Okay. Off the top of your head, do you know how many tier 2 and 3 kids we have in our district?
I do not.
No, okay. We can get that. You mentioned the fact that you have PIC for your program for the MTSS. When might we, or when do you expect to have the next results of the PIC formulated for sharing?
I'd have to work with research and evaluation on that. I'm not quite sure. So, right now there is a Power BI instrument. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Power BI and how it works, right? It's showing us the
Mark
data.
keeps me updated.
Well, and I can't speak a lot to the Power BI, but currently we do have a way of monitoring MTSS. But when I look at the data and knowing that I've been to these teams and seen what's going on, there's some disconnect in what's being inputted. So I think we have some inputting problems, right? So the data is not accurate that's coming out of our MTSS module. And so we're working with our teams to make sure when you're doing an intervention with a student, make sure you're doing a plan. And that's not always happening. They're doing interventions. That's not the problem. We're just not always documenting them. So it looks like that some students, if you were just to pull up the module itself, like, well, there's gaps, but there's not gaps. They are doing work. It's just not necessarily getting captured in that frame. And so that's the work that we need to move forward. I mentioned that in 2025, we're going to have the new and revised MTSS Synergy. That's going to help a lot with capturing data. And so I think the data will be better in 2025 than it currently is. So I guess I'm just reluctant to say, here, let's share this data when I don't believe that it's a total accurate picture of what's happening at the school sites.
Okay. And last question, and only because you responded to Tony, you reminded Tony that we had the schools up here. The schools ended up in the various categories, and one wasn't on any of the categories. What do we do to help the schools improve in their performance?
We do have, like I said before, our wellness providers, our PBIS coaches, and I'm happy to say in working with special education, we were able to increase the number of PBIS coaches that we have to support our school sites, because before they were working with school sites and building that PBIS structure, but they might have been at 6 different school sites. So it's the time that they could spend working with the site administration, working with the MTSS teams was limited. Now we're down to 2 sites based on the increased, thanks to special education with that kind of support, so that we can really start to now work with those school sites and those teams to continue to build their PBIS structures. There's much more enthusiasm. I think, thank you to the state of California for this recognition, because it does put a light on it, and our sites do want to do well and want to get recognized. And so there is definitely more of an emphasis on that. There's also working, if a site wasn't recognized, could have been because they didn't apply. And so we're making sure that we're working with our school sites. Apply. You'll be surprised.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're coming up, Mark.
And
I
Don,
see 'em.
just to add, and I don't mean to take Don's thunder at all, because one of the things that we're also watching is, so there's the state recognition, and to Don's point, if a school didn't fill out the application, we're making sure that they do, because they could well have been at an award level of implementation. But the the PBIS program implementation continuum. That's our evaluation term. What we also want to look at is if we have 4 levels of implementation and we have a school that's receiving a gold level, then we should see some sort of correlation between it and our own measure. They should be at a 3 or a 4, comparable to if you've got AP kids in classes, and if you're what are you scoring on the test and what are your grades? We should be seeing some correlation there as well.
Right.
So we are watching those things pretty carefully.
ADA.
Mr. Fortuna, that's fine. Yeah, Mr. Fortuna, does that conclude your questions and comments?
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Vargas.
Perfect. Thank you very much for this. You know, as somebody who is just hitting 1 year, figuring out how all these pieces fit together has been a bit of a challenge. And I think that this is incredibly helpful. So I'm glad we're getting kind of all these pieces all at once now. I wanted to poke at a couple of things. The first one was on slide number 7. I think what I like about this is that it sort of puts everything together. And I think, you know, Ms. Albiani had pointed out, it's important that we have all of these things working together and that all of these things are accounted for. And I think within sort of the universe of education, those of us who've done this for a while and trained in all of this, like, we get why all these things are important. But I think one of the things that, you know, we've seen this year, some of the comments, some, you know, some larger, you know, trends around the country is not everybody gets why all these things are important. And so I wanted to, if possible, like, is there a minute or two you can talk about why are all of these pieces important, and how are they interconnected and lead to the success of students?
It's up to you.
So one thing that we'll explain in the next presentation when we look at the instructional framework, even though the instructional framework is separate from the CASEL framework and the PBIS framework, they're actually so woven together, because you'll see through our explanation that CASEL are 5 of the principles within the instructional framework. And then part of our training that we're doing with teachers and our administrators is really making that connection between they can't live separately. You could be an excellent teacher who knows your content and you have your understanding of pedagogy, but you're not connected with your students. You don't have classroom routines and procedures that support their success, or you may not demonstrate the empathy in regards to, you know, a need specific to a student. You might not have your own self-awareness, which is one of our principles within CASEL, but also the framework. So while they're separate, that's work we're doing with staff, is we want them to be separate for reflection purposes, so that as an educator, I can kind of evaluate where are some strengths I have and what are some areas that I need to grow in. But the work we're doing is integrating that. And so a lot of it is the mindset piece to, you know, we have to, in order to change a practice, you have to be reflective. You have to be able to acknowledge not just strengths, but areas that you need to grow in. So I believe the work that we're doing is supporting that. And it's, while different departments have different responsibilities, there's interdepartmental teams that are working collaboratively to make sure that this work is connected.
And I think sort of also what I'm looking for along there is, like, from the student, or I'm looking at it from the perspective of, you know, just a parent, right? When they look at something like this, you know, what questions are they asking? How do they want? Because they think of it from the perspective of that one student. And so, you know, what is the relationship between social emotional learning and behavior? What is the relationship between behavior and academic success? And how do those pieces fit together, you know, within an individual student? So, like, let's say, you know, as a hypothetical, you have a student who is struggling. Let's say they have a behavioral concern. How does that impact their social emotional learning and their academic success?
I'll address the academic side, and then Dawn, if you want to chime in to kind of the SEL side of it. It is completely going to impact. If you're not able to be present in the moment, it may be because, depending on the degree of the behavior, the type of behavior, you're not going to be able to access the information. You're not going to be able to potentially connect with your peers in a positive way, because a lot of teaching and learning has to do with collaboration. You may not be able to stay focused and centered, right, with what the teacher is doing. So I think it's that piece. You can't have one without the other, which is why we are really emphasizing, it was one of our learnings during pre-pandemic and during the pandemic, is we need to have a really solid tier one. We need to really evaluate what are those practices, what are those policies, what are the systems we have in place to support tier one outside of the classroom, but most importantly, inside of the classroom. And I hope that addresses it. Dawn, I don't know if you want to add something in terms of the SEL component.
That's one of the reasons we have the multidisciplinary team at MTSS, right? Because I could have a student that does have a learning, they're struggling with learning, right? And they also have anxiety. So that team can take a look at that. Do they have anxiety and that's causing them to have problems with learning? Or is the fact that they're having issues with learning causing their anxiety? And that's the things that the team looks at. And so what is the best approach for that? Because they do impact each other across the tiers, right? I mean, we know that a really good teacher seamlessly is doing academics, social, emotional, and behavior. And just, we don't even notice because it's so seamless, but the kids do, right?
Yeah, and I think that's really the foundational assumption that we often don't talk about, but is really built in here, is how those pieces fit together. Why it's important that we're doing all of these things, because we as an institution and education in general has not, for the past 60, 100 years, has not been just about reading, writing, math, and science, right? For a long time, it's been about all of these things, but I think we don't, as a field, we don't talk about that foundational assumption enough. And I think because of that, it doesn't get out into the public enough. So wanted to kind of tease that out a little bit. The other question that I had was around on slide 10. That sentence, EGUSD's multi-tiered system of support is a culturally responsive, comprehensive framework. So talk a little bit about what you mean by culturally responsive.
Okay, so one of the ways we have looked at, which this is an evolving definition for us, we've really relied heavily on Gloria Ladson-Billings, which when she talks about being culturally responsive, as an individual and as a white woman, I need to be able to working with, if I was still in the classroom, working at a school site, to have greater depth in a specific culture, so that I'm, depending on what the students I'm serving, the community I'm serving, so that I have a greater understanding of the community needs, beliefs, practices, what that may be. So that's really what we're looking at. We're also looking at the definition. We say culturally responsive, culturally and linguistically responsive. So understanding the language needs. But we've built that into the original definition because that is our expectation, that all employees within Elk Grove, specifically our teachers, are going to broaden their depth of knowledge in terms of the community they serve and the different cultures that they serve. You would see those practices then coming into the classroom. It might be the way you respond to behavior. It may be the way you set up the methods, which we'll talk about in our next presentation, that you're choosing to meet those students' needs, because that's what students need in that specific classroom to learn. It may not be even a practice or a method that the teacher is comfortable with, but the teacher has to be able to evolve to be able to meet the needs of the students.
And that was kind of partially answers the next question that I had, which is how are you building that into the system, particularly into each of the tiers? And I'm curious a little bit. I'm somewhat of a visual learner, like, what does that look like? What are some illustrations of how that might, occur?
So some of the work we're doing, which will be a part of the instructional framework, is the piece about looking at it kind of like Instructional Framework 101, right? Which is, we have included that as part of our DEI work because instruction is an equity issue. The way you present as an educator, a teacher, information, how you teach to your students, if it's not what the students need, it's an equity issue because students aren't going to be able to access the content. They're not going to be able to learn the skills that they need to be able to access content. So in terms of our system, we are still in the process, I would say frankly, it is building that foundational piece about the non-negotiable principles, which you'll hear about later. And we plan in our next steps going deeper into that. What does that look like after you have a clear understanding of why principals have to be present on a regular basis to meet the needs of students? And then how do we go deeper and developing those specific strategies and quite frankly, providing some of that depth of knowledge through the instruction that we provide to adults in the system. Hopefully that covers that one for you.
Yeah. And then the last thing I had was on the family connection. So I think it's a product of just the presentation and trying to compact everything into 1 hour or 30 minutes because that's all we give you because we have questions. So it felt a little bit like an aside, and I think from what you guys were saying during the presentation, it feels like it's built in, like there are elements of it in like a tier 1 intervention or tier 1 responses that working with families, in order to resolve issues as part of that overall strategy. But I'm curious, like, what are some of the other ways in which you incorporate families into this process or into the system?
John, if you want to build on this, so specific to MTSS. So we will work on making sure that that doesn't feel like an addition, but we really did want to make sure in this presentation that we called out families are the mainstay of, the system, but the support for their students, because that's what MTSS is, right? So when we look at the roles that parents play in tier 1, we really look at that as a tier 1. If you get your kids to school, my kids went through Elk Grove. If you get your students to school every day, and if you can 96% of the time get them there on time, you're supporting tier 1. If you can stay connected with your classroom teacher or teachers, and you have a general an idea of what's expected of students, what they're expected to learn, what is the type of homework they need to do, what's the support, you're supporting tier 1. So that's really the piece that with our presentation is we're really emphasizing. As a parent, I worked full-time for the most part. As a parent, getting your kids to school, supporting the work, asking good questions when you need them, and you need to understand you're doing exactly what we need as a system for tier 2 or for tier 1. If we're looking at the parent role in tier 2 and tier 3, that should never be a surprise to a parent. The parent should be 100, or guardians should be 100% aware of where their kids are. And if their students are struggling and we're seeking out tier 2 or tier 3 interventions, that should come as no surprise to the parent, and they should have been involved in the process potentially of the additional tier 1 interventions that may have been put in place, but really those tier 2 ones that may have been served in the classroom. I think it's just the communication piece, and that's part of the piece as Mr. Ross gets out to all of our school sites this year and is looking at the systems. That's a piece, a lens he's looking through, is what are those communication systems that you have for communicating student progress to our families, but also inviting them in when we're problem solving.
Yeah, and just the last, I guess, comment on that is it does, like, as you were talking, I was thinking that, the setting of expectations in tier 1 feels like a really important piece where communication with parents is going to be important, because if those expectations exist on campus, but then there's something completely different happening at home, or parents aren't aware of what those expectations are, or something's not being communicated, right? Then that creates a disconnect, and, where the parents are not necessarily, they don't have the opportunity to, participate and, and to support that process. So, okay, that was more of an observation than a question. So thank you. That was it. I appreciate it.
Okay, colleagues, great questions and comments. Just a quick time check. We're about 15 minutes behind schedule. I would love to not be significantly more behind that. So go ahead, Mr. Pettis.
What does that mean?
That I would love to not be significantly.
I have a lot of
more behind
questions.
schedule. Hey, if they're good questions that haven't already been asked, go for it.
Starting with this. Now, starting with the last comment, his concerns were parent involvement, parent engagement. Is that documented here? I didn't see, I'm not sure if I read, looked at this very well.
So no, that is the
intake form.
that's the MTSS
Right,
teams, the structure.
Or yes,
Right. And so parents aren't involved in that. The process they're involved in is when the teacher has a concern about the student, then they reach out to the parent and they say, hey, these are the concerns that I have. And they work with them. They also let them know, hey, I'm going to submit this, and they explain the
It's
process.
documented in here.
It's not
They're gonna do that in the plan or check off.
It is documented in the notes. So it will say that the parents been contacted.
Okay.
So they can go look back and see that the parents contacted. It's also information in the RFA as well.
Okay.
And in Synergy.
And what about in-home visits? Is it documented here?
No.
Plan to?
It might be. It depends on how you're defining the home visit, because if it's a home visit through family and community engagement, that's usually not brought on because we want an intervention. It's usually more building that rapport with the school site. We do have our social workers and wellness providers that will go out and connect with families. And that would be any intervention. So basically what I'm saying in that document, any intervention, whether it's in a plan or not, anything that we do is noted in there so that we take notes and see along the way, what have we done?
So what I'm getting at, I'm trying to, through your data sets or whatever, what interventions are best for different communities, different schools, socioeconomic, foster youth? Do we have that data?
We do not have that data. That's the data we hope to strive for. So when we have,
hopefully we get it.
Right. So that when that data is inputted into the Synergy system through that module, we can then eventually say, and work with research and say, well, it seems like these interventions work really well for this type of paper. That's what we're hoping for. We're not there yet.
Template for tactical skills or intervention, whatever. And I'm glad that, Tier 1 to me is early intervention, trying to nip it out in the bud before it gets to, Tier 2 and 3. And that's the basic.
Exactly.
And try to deal with the problem at the lowest level. Thank you for asking those page 7, 10, and family connection. That is very important to me because the fact, again, I'm going to stress that we're weak in family engagement, family parenting skills that a lot of our communities do not know because, that's a learning process for them. It was for me. We get I'll use that same thing I used before. We get a driver's license. We have to study, learn how to do that. But in fact, to raise a family, it's easy to get a marriage license, very easy, and have kids. And I know the statistics on unwanted kids, and most kids are unwanted. They're not planned. And so those family parent skills and workshops, I personally think, responsibilities. Parents today, I don't think they know all the roles and responsibility of their children, and they have to be taught that and also be accountable for those kids, be coming to school and those consequences if they don't. And Mr. Forcida is very aware of that and supports that. He stresses that, and I stress that. We need our kids in our school setting every day. Not babysitting their siblings or whatever. We're even working, so we need them in our school system every day. ADA. And this program improves ADA. You didn't mention it, Mr. Sharuti, but you mentioned another issue. But I also believe this, if we get these interventions early, these kids will start I'm gonna give you time to come up here.
I just want to, your point is an important one. And Ms. Lavasser, as the executive director who used to oversee family and community engagement, where our
Right.
Office of Attendance Improvement lives, these folks,
Right.
every decision that's made are done collectively by these folks. So MTSS, attendance, families, it's all connected.
Okay. And so one suggestion, page 7, Common Core, we develop critical ideas, thinking written within and among disciplines. Like you to add, develop, I think it was professional learning communities, develop lifetime learners. Right? We want, because I don't know, I'm always learning. I consider myself a lifetime learner. If you could put that word in there, I like that phrase. Page 9, district vision, I like that. Very good. We stress it, and we need to go back to that because every community, every district is changing demographics, so we need to put linguistic, cultural objectives in that arena. Page learning vision, the next page, engage family and community partners. That is very important. After school programs, we have CBOs involved, and they help a variety of our schools, but that I didn't see mentioned in your report, and they play a critical role and as a team. I didn't see that also in the staffing team.
So we do have
I know you do.
MOUs with
Right.
several community-based organizations. So when we do a Care Solace referral, work with the families, many times with those community-based organizations, they'll come and provide the service and supports at the school site.
Right. So that is not reflected in the MTSS team, but I know you do that. So, yeah.
And one point I want to make, and that could help with time, it's not to cut off any of the questions. When we move into the behavioral component and the social emotional component, many of the questions that you're asking, we're going to be going much deeper into that and providing that detail as well.
Okay, fine. But yet we need to put that in here to reflect that you are actually doing that. And so, we might, some other presentations, they might not have that information, but it'd be in this particular, and you would be covered on that issue. Like for instance, for the outside teams could be, do you have church representatives? Do you have a talking or as a team, religious groups?
So, Mr. Perez, if you're talking about the MTSS team, those are staff members that are all employed by the school district.
Right.
And
But
so that specific team are employees of the school district. A family during an SST process or a 504, potentially even if a student had been referred to special ed, can always bring with them to meetings, sometimes termed as advocates or support personnel to them. But the actual MTSS team are staff who are employed with the school district.
Yes, like one thing I'm interested in knowing if you have like their Native American spiritual person coming and participating, in that team, because the fact that, we do have, Native Americans in our community, and I want to be culturally and linguistic competent, in other words. Okay.
Mr. Bettis, you're at 10 minutes and we're approaching 30 minutes over time, which means that's half an hour less to discuss the next topic, which is equally important. So if you could wind down, be great.
And number 13, geography. Your data, like, do you plan to do, and I've always requested this, of all these reports, it's usually district-wide. It's not geographically by area, by area 1, my board region 2, 3s, and that, because I think you're going to have different data outcomes and more services in these geographical areas. Does that drive funding and services?
So as we continue to work with research and evaluation, we're not at that point yet for producing reports. I think that's something we can take into consideration. When we get to the point where we can analyze data and look at the methods that are being used, the practices that are being used that are most effective for students, we would disaggregate that information in a variety of manners. One of them could potentially be
For instance,
regionally, but probably school-based specific.
Right. And for instance, we all know that we have LCFF monies and English language learners might have some acting out problems, foster youth, homeless youth, and low-income students. So like, we need that to determine, we're going to receive supplemental concentration funds, again. And so I want, make sure that those particular funds go to these particular areas that have these issues. So that's be a good resource for your particular program to supplement funding. I do have a lot more questions, but okay, last question here. Where does primary care, we mentioned and authored this report, mental health services, but dealing with the whole child, how does primary care services within a school clinic, or within a school site, help them? Or is there data reflecting that this individual needs, is acting out because of maybe hearing, eyesight, language issues, or, verbalization or things like that? Because, we want to deal with the whole child, comprehensive services, but yet I don't see, and I'm a big supporter, as you know, of primary care clinics in schools. So can this lead to that? Or do we want to go there? That's, dealing with the whole child.
I'm just going to attempt to clarify here, Mr. Bettis. Are you asking, does this process lead to referrals for outside healthcare services?
Us as the district setting up a primary care clinic dealing with the whole child. We deal with the mental health issue here. Emotional health, whatever, but yet we don't deal with the other primary care services within this program.
That is correct. We certainly have enough jobs without becoming a healthcare agency as well.
Yes, we do have school clinics in California.
We do have a team of nurses that provide support to students and work closely with the primary care physicians on a healthcare plan. So we do provide support for medical needs as well as mental health needs. So that support is provided. And then as far as like identifying, again, if there is a concern that it might be hearing or vision or any of that, that's all screened through our nurses as well.
But yet, a lot of this services could be centered around a primary care clinic setting within a school. What the models I've seen, and there's privacy, confidentiality, transgender issues that students are going through and exposing us and bringing this problem within. To me, it isn't a problem, but yet we need to deal with those issues and in a confidential setting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bettis. I think your point has been made. I have one question and very brief comments. Thank you, Mr. Cerruti, for that historical overview. It actually made me reflect quite a bit on just what a tremendous amount of change we've seen in the last 10 years. You didn't even really mention the Common Core in there, but there was a very brief period of time in which school districts were told, what you're going to teach is new, how you're going to teach it is new, and how it's going to be evaluated is completely new. And we implemented that in a very short period of time. And then on the heels of that, the realignment of the educationally related mental health services. So the change and the expansion in this period of time was tremendous. And I think it's really good to remind ourselves that, we did that. And this is a continuation of that process. I had one question also related to parents. So when we talk about how 90% of our students are able to be successful at tier 1, it makes me wonder, how good a job are we doing at telling that story, right? Because if your child is in tier 2 or above, you're obviously involved and you're aware these meetings are happening in this process, but, I'm not expecting an answer at this point, but just really food for thought, for communications, for FACE, how we tell that story so that parents know that this tremendous amount of work and consideration of their children as individuals, as a whole human being is taking place. I would love for parents to know that that's happening. And with that, I'm going to recess for 30 minutes for lunch, and we will come back at 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, we are wound up. We had lunch. We're back at 12:45 exactly. And we are going to continue with the next presentation, which is our instructional framework. Before the presentation, Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani, do we have any blue cards?
We have no blue cards.
Thank you. I would like to invite up Ms. Avey to begin.
Thank you, President Chires Espinoza, members of the board, and happy travels to our superintendent. We are thrilled to be here today to talk about the instructional framework. Teaching and learning is the heart of our system, and we're quite proud of the work that's been done and look forward to your feedback. Just a quick reminder that we started off our meeting today talking about MTSS, and the focus of this presentation is going to be the academic focus, and we're focusing mostly on Tier 1. That will be the premise of our presentation. So our objective is similar to what we had earlier this morning. We want to confirm and then build upon the board's understanding of multi-tiered systems and support so that it informs your policy and budget decision-making. Today, we have our presentation on the academic component of MTSS, and you can see that we have social emotional learning and the PBS side of it planned for January and March. Our presentation format, we're going to provide with you an overview of the EGUSD learning system and how it connects to the instructional framework. We are going to talk about the work we've been doing with our principals, our site leaders, their development, our training approach for staff, certificated staff, and our classified paraeducators. We're also going to show you an observation tool that we're using to help us measure the implementation of the framework. And then we will end with looking at our pick for teaching and learning. And you will hear sometimes throughout the presentation that we may say T&L to save time, and that's what we're referring to is teaching and learning. So before we get into the overview of the learning system, Madam President passed out to everybody a packet, and within your packet, there's a couple items. You once again have a copy of the board presentation because of its length for you to follow along and take notes on. You'll also notice that there's a few handouts behind there that are numbered 1, 2, and 3. Some of those will be used in an interactive components of the next 2 hours. You also have a stack of numbers that will ask for some responses to some questions that we have. And of course, you will participate how you feel comfortable doing so. So we'll go ahead and get started. So one of the things that we want to really connect for everybody, and we've done this for our principals, is we know our E4, right? We have the learning vision of every student in every classroom, every subject, every day. We want them to be ready for college and career and life general students. But what we've done is we've looked at the connection between the MTSS frameworks. So you can see that to the far right-hand side. And in order to implement the MTSS frameworks, all 3 of them, we have to provide training, strong training to our site leaders who are really responsible for the work, for our teachers, and for the rest of the district level staff. In addition to that, what we have done is we've created an observation tool, and it's directly related to what we're calling a DOP, which is a description of practice. And so you'll see in our presentation today how what principals are observing for is directly connected to the learning that teachers are receiving, and it all builds on this concept of reflection. In addition to that, we'll break into this piece we're so excited about, which is program evaluation, and it's looking at the implementation and how the implementation, the behavior moves of teachers and educators is going to influence student outcomes, which is the reason we have our system and gets us all super excited. All of this work is all connected to each individual site LCAP. So we know our district goals, we know this is a focus of the district, but this data and the information that teachers and principals are learning is informing the way the site LCAPs are being developed. So the origin of the instructional framework came about from a group of educators in our district, most who are not here any longer, but there are a few. And it was this need to really define high quality instruction. It was really driven from the work that was happening with MTSS and this void that we saw that, yeah, we can all talk about instruction, but can we universally define it and be able to have a common language, like the work we did with the outward mindset work. The other part of it was just looking at some enduring principles. I've been in education, I believe this is my 32nd year, and the common components about teaching and learning are there, but depending on the program you use, who the researcher is, who the publisher is, you might have a change in language. So we really established what are those principles that need to be placed in our district and will provide us with that common language. We also looked at outside factors that were influencing student achievement. So we, as I mentioned earlier, making it really clear that we're connected to MTSS. We did a review of literature that included research from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000. There was work in there from Hattie, Marzano, names in education that are well known for their research to kind of cull that literature to find where we were going to land. And what we have in the work we're sharing with you today is all taken from that literature. We also had multi-department collaboration, so the work wasn't done in isolation. The majority of ed services teams were a part of this so that we were looking at it through different lenses and different experiences. So here's our instructional framework. Here is the graphic that shows it. It's kind of set up in these waves so that it can show that you need all three of them. It's kind of like what we talked about with MTSS. You need all three of these different sections, which I'll talk about in a moment, to achieve high quality instruction. We chose the color scheme also so that we could differentiate. And remember, part of our differentiation in MTSS is about building reflection so you can know where you're strong and areas you want to grow in. Same thing with our instructional framework. We wanted to break it up into categories so that we could focus our educators and not overwhelm them with all of the information at once. So the first part of this, the beautiful purple wave that we have there is lesson planning for student success. So that's a slight change when you look at the principles that we've listed: learning targets and success criteria, active participation, formative assessment and feedback, student talk. It's lesson planning for student success versus just lesson planning. What are you taking into consideration for your students so that they can achieve and experience success in all areas? The next area is social emotional learning competencies. These are literally the 5 foundations, we call them principles, of CASTLE. So we had something different when this originally was developed, and we were like, wait, this is the work teachers are doing. It needs to be directly aligned to the CASTLE foundations. And then the last part, which is probably most familiar to most people, is just phases of instruction. So there's 4 major components. You have focused, you have guided, you have collaborative learning, you have independent learning. And one of the things that we want to emphasize about that is they're phases and they're not necessarily done in order. And that will be part of the continued work that we'll do with developing our educators. So one of the things that we want to talk about is just this focus on principles. And the reason we're doing a focus on principles, so you have the handout in your folder of the definitions. We're not going to go over right now the definitions, but you'll experience an activity later on as we present that will help you see how we've broken these apart. But the focus is on principles so that we can honor the autonomy of teachers. You know, science is teaching is a science and it's also an art. And we recognize that it's a combination. So we're saying the focus on principles, learning targets and success criteria, active participation, formative assessment and feedback, student talk. Those principles have to be present for students to experience success. The type of method you would choose as an educator, that would be up to you to choose that. We, of course, would like to influence out with the best methods, but there's still that teacher choice and autonomy, and also to respond to where their students are in the class they're serving that year. In our instructional framework, we also have definitions for the other two areas. We aren't going into those today because our focus work right now is on the purple section, which is just a reminder that that's lesson planning for student success. The other areas we can embed. So I touched on this already when we talk about the instructional framework. It's grounded in principles. So you can see the definitions up there. You can take a moment to process those for yourself. They identify the significant components without being tied to a specific program author. I can give you an example of that. You might hear we're a GLAD school. You may have heard that. We're not GLAD schools, but we're teachers who might be using GLAD techniques. We're not a visible learning school. We're teachers who are using visible learning strategies, methods. Does that make sense? We could probably apply AVID to that in the elementary world. AVID is a really research-based methods that have been proven to support students. So we are principle-based, meaning you have to have those 4 components of principles that we've grouped together. The methods, which is how you as a teacher chooses to lead your classroom and interact with students, is up to you. Principles versus methods. So the description of practice, this was homegrown, and it was influenced by the description of practice that WestEd created that is for the California Administrative Standards, which is how administrators in most programs nowadays clear their administrative credential. They're provided with a description of practice that helps them see where they are on the continuum of their practice. So we examined what WestEd had produced many, many years ago, and we built on that concept of a description of practice for our own internal instructional framework. And so you'll notice with this that the top of it, it names the principle. So this case, it's learning targets. And it gives you the definition of a learning target. And then on top of it, it does the tie to the CSTPs, which are the California standards for the teaching profession. And that's a way that teachers are actually evaluated in our district. It's through the CSTPs. And so it's all aligned to the work that our teachers are doing. In addition to this, if you look at it closely, you do have a handout of the specific one. You have what we're pointing out here are the definitions, but these are the key ideas going down the left-hand side. So specific to learning targets, you have, is it relevant? Is it accessible? Is it explicit? So not only are we saying that you have a learning target that's a brief statement that explains what students should know and understand, but it's breaking down for the teacher, how is it relevant? The meaning to students. Is it accessible to students? Is it explicit? Okay. The other part of this is you can see the continuum going across the top. We have it broken into numbers from 1, 2, 3, 4, but we're really focusing on these 2 categories of practicing and honing. And we were so intentional as a collaborative group when we determined these descriptors is because you're never in education reading like reaching, like we made it, we're all done. We're always practicing a new skill, a new strategy. We're always honing to get better. And part of that honing and practicing piece is just the changes that go on with us as educators, new research that comes down, and most importantly, the students who come before us each year. Each group of students has a different need, and And we always have to be willing to practice some new skills and strategies and hone in on it. The basis of this is really about teacher reflection. We want to develop reflective educators who are lifelong learners, and you become a lifelong learner by being reflective. So we're going to do something really quickly on the description of practice. If you'd like to pull that out and participate, it's in your handouts, is if you just look across on one of them. So we can all do the same one, or you can take the time to just look across at the continuum for being relevant. So you wouldn't look down, go down the column, you'd go all the way across. And what you're looking for is, what do you notice about the shifts in the practice? So it's very minor, but it's very intentional. So I'll just give you a moment if you want to look at that. And the beauty of the description of practice, you could be a non-educator and you can still see the shifts that are happening. And if there's anyone on one of our board members who'd like to share an aha, one of the shifts they see, feel free to turn on your mic and share that.
I'm not hearing any. I think we're just taking it in.
Okay, great. So if you look ahead, I'm going to point out one on here like relevant. So I'm looking at column 2, where it is under practicing, and you can see that just that slight shift to column 3 is you have alignment to grade level content area standards exists, but may be too broad. And now it's still aligned to grade level content areas, but it's appropriately narrow in scope. So it makes it clear, it's relevant to the teacher and their planning, but it's also relevant to the student because the learning target is specific to the student need.
Jen, can I stop you, please, Nancy? And so is this implemented currently across all of our classes?
So I will answer that in greater detail as we get to where we are in the work. This is part of our training work that we're doing with DEI because instruction is an equity issue. And we will be completed with the majority of our staff by the end of this calendar year. Okay. So great question. I love the segue that you did there for me, Mr. Fertina. So the next part that we've been spending time on as a district is working with our principals who are running our school sites. So we're going to provide you with an overview of the principal development. And I just give a tiny bit of background on this is pre-pandemic, we were in the process as a district. We were starting with secondary education and had just started to move into working with our elementary principals. And we were training them in this concept of principles and methods and what high quality instruction could look like potentially in our district. And the pandemic hit. And so what we did, which is, I think, brilliant and a great use of time, is we took advantage of the pandemic and we continued our collaborative planning work at the district level. We also had the opportunity to really see firsthand some of the teachers' needs in classrooms related to instruction based on trainings that were provided and feedback and just the continued ask for help, in addition to what our principals were telling us. And so we were able to continue to develop this concept of high quality instruction, which we now call the Instructional Framework, during distance learning. And that was when we were able to kind of provide some overviews and to narrow teachers in terms of how they were planning their limited time that they had with students in a virtual environment. Then what we did is in 2021 and 22, we gathered a team based on pre-pandemic knowledge and during current knowledge and moving out of the pandemic to determine what was our best approach going to be to train site leaders. Because this is our belief, is the work that's being done at a school site, we can train everybody, we can follow up with coaches, but our leaders are the ones who are leading. They are the ones who are there with staff on a daily basis, giving continual feedback and helping our educators be the strongest reflectors that they can be. So we gathered that team. And what we came up with were some guiding principles of how we were going to set up professional development for our principals. We looked at depth versus breadth. So we wanted to make sure that the time we spent with principals was going to be very specific to a given topic, and that they would be able to provide us with feedback, and that it would be a continual instructional piece. It wouldn't be a one and done, which is often a practice that's implemented. We wanted there to be choice because we know our leaders have different experiences going on at site. So we wanted choice on the time that they could attend. We wanted to make sure that in that choice, there were some non-negotiables, but there were also some things that they had choice on what they were going to implement, how they were going to implement at their sites. We also really capitalized on adult learning. We know long stretches of time listening and without a lot of engagement and active participation is not going to stick with individuals. And we also wanted to look at kind of their own agency. We recognize with adult learning theory that everybody brings something to the table and that all adults are really solution oriented. They want to solve problems. And so we came together and we looked at how we were going to structure those planning sessions, our training sessions with administrators to make sure we were really focused on adult learning. We also wanted to look at time considerations. Time is an essence in the district. So we wanted to make sure we honored the time of our site leaders and all of the individuals who work at the district level. And we kind of decided that about an hour and 30 minutes is a good chunk of time to do professional development. We led into what we call a course. It's a course of study. So we looked at considerations for this course development. We knew that we wanted to focus on the instructional frameworks. We know that's the heart of what we do. We also knew there were some leadership skills that we needed to focus on. And we really wanted to make that connection to district coherence, which was that opening graphic I showed you that showed the connection between the frameworks all the way to a site LCAP. And then our emphasis also is that focus on MTSS. It's the heart of how we're going to structure things at a school site. So here's our course objective. I'll give you a moment just to read that over. So pieces we wanted to emphasize was collectively, we're a team. We're a team with our principals, we're a team at the district level to be able to deepen their individual, which is so important, they go at their rate, but also the group knowledge of the instructional framework. We wanted to really enhance their leadership skills. You can have the knowledge if you can't lead the work, that could be problematic. So focus on both. And then that building on coherent systems. We're very much focused on what is called change management skills so that you're able to lead in an area and bring people along, your staff along at a rate that they can handle the change. And it's all with a focus on MTSS, as you heard earlier this morning, with a focus on Tier 1. What are those practices that we need to have in place so that we're increasing student achievement? And we kind of run on this premise, motivation. Why does leading the instructional framework matter? So it's really kind of boiled down to a simple approach that Mr. Hinshaw will share with you later on is if we do the work and we're able to improve implementation, what the teachers are doing in the classroom, very simply put, we're going to be able to improve student outcomes. In order to do the work, we had to define the work and we had to train the work, which is the process we are in right now is finishing the initial stages of training. So what we have up here is just the graphic that we're working off of for continuous improvement. We're working with our site principals on this. You can see with the gray boxes on the outer edge of the diagram here is what we in our district have affectionately called the decision-making model. It's been around for a long time and it has really driven how we make decisions. And then we have gone further in more recent years to look at how does that fit into what research says about the continuous improvement process. And you'll see some new additions there, like you first got to commit to change, right? And typically with committing to change, there's got to be some level of motivation. You got to see that carrot at the end. And then the difference there is maybe in the past, we were making decisions on our own or in a smaller group, and we're saying, let's gather a diverse team with different ideas and different ways of viewing things. So within the work we're doing with our principals, we are still focused on how we make effective decisions, but we're really focused on the change management and how it's related to continuous improvement, so that you have the right people at the table, that you have strong data, and that when you're implementing this theory of change and idea, that you're actually basing what you want to do differently at a school site on good data. And then the most important part is that plan, do, study, act. You have to keep that process going, right? It's not a one and done. You have to keep looking at, honing, refining your skills. And this is all part of the work that we're doing with our site leaders. Last year, we had 13 sessions. So principals came for 13 1.5-hour training sessions. And then this year we have a total of 8 sessions. We reduced it because at each session, they have a little bit of homework, but we call it field work. And they have work that they go back to their sites to either discuss with other staff members, other administrators, or to practice. And in this case, they're doing a lot of practicing with observing in classrooms and looking at that description of practice so that they can give adequate feedback to teachers. You will see that in part of the presentation that Ms. Blomquist will do with you today. So that was the overview of what we're doing with principals. And now just want to do a brief overview of the training approach that we're taking with our teachers. This also includes paraeducators. This is part of our DEI work that I mentioned. Instruction is an equity issue. If a teacher does not have the right skills and knowledge to be able to plan their instruction to meet the needs of students, that's an equity issue. Their students are missing out on access. So some of our strategic rollout considerations is we knew it had to be embedded in DEI. It leveraged an opportunity, amazing opportunity we have as a district, but it also put at the forefront that teaching and learning is an equity issue. We decided that our trainings had to be in person. They're so important that we didn't want anything lost in Zoom, and they were going for a longer period of time. We also wanted them to be immediately actionable. Any educator participating in it should be able to go back the very next day and improve their practice in their classroom. We wanted it to be site-based, which it has been. When we say with familiar EGA support staff, we're talking about our instructional coaches. This has been a whole district level lift, but the majority of the responsibility has been with CPL instructional coaches with support of ELS. All of our coaches in the district, depending on what their focused work is, this is the heart of CPL's DEI initiative. Our other departments had some other DEI initiatives that they had to lead. But all coaches have been trained in this. We wanted the content to be exactly the same for secondary and elementary with slight changes, and those changes are listed up there as we might use a different video, because we're actually videoing teachers in our district teaching and implementing. We're looking at their practice, and it might vary by content standards. We wouldn't want a kindergarten standard to be shared with our secondary folks. I don't think we'd be able to keep their attention. So we had this development of modules. It was multi-department collaboration to be able to develop them. So it wasn't done with just CPL, it was done with ed services teams. The work was based on that wide range of professional publications that I talked about and research that we did. We looked at the principles that were supported by research, and then we also were looking at things that we wanted to measure within Elk Grove specifically. We wanted to develop this so that it would be an exemplar of the instructional framework. At this point, we do believe it's an exemplar, but we also know that this work is going to change over time because as we learn more and we get more feedback from educators, some of the work we proposed, we will refine and change, just like we're asking our classroom teachers to do the same. Our first drafts of all of the presentations were done in what we call a workshop method. So we workshopped them, meaning we worked with our instructional coaches and they were able to give us feedback based on what they're seeing at school sites and their own experiences. So we refined the training before it was delivered out to the entire district. And we did that in continual, I think our first module, we had 3 different workshop sessions till we got to a product that we're like, this is good. And then we were able to apply that to the next 2 modules. All trainers were trained TOT style. They were trained within our department here in the boardroom, and then they were given a variety of resources and time to practice before they went out to school sites to deliver the information. Here's a quick overview of the modules. We have 3 of them. The first one is on learning targets. The second module, and these are all 2 hours long, are on success criteria and formative assessment. The third module is on feedback. So we changed the order of them a little bit for a good reason, because if you establish success criteria, which tells the student how they'll know they've learned something, it should be tied to formative assessment. So we kind of thought of that strategically as we went through building these modules. And then active participation and student talk, they're a part of learning targets and success criteria presentations and formative assessment and feedback, because you should have student talk and active participation in all components. So these are just some examples of how we did some scheduling and supporting trainers, not for you to read specifically. We allowed principals to go in and choose the times that they wanted to have their training. So there was site choice with that. We provided all kinds of resources, from videos of people doing the training to more research on a specific area, so that our trainers could make sure they were the best prepared before they went out to school sites. And then as we went into site presentations, most of our teams were paired with 2 or 3 instructional coaches. We had many administrators, which I think is just absolutely amazing, who after the first module, who said, I want to be a part of the training of this. So we had some of our site leaders who came to our trainer of trainer sessions and actually became trainers. So then when they went back to their school site, they could be the lead learner. They could be the person who was leading the work. The dates that we have up here, I'm going to put all 3 of them out here. We sought to achieve module 1 between February and April of this school year, of last school year, this calendar year. Module 2 between April and November. And we are planning to conclude for the most part with, I think we have 5 or 6 schools that needed to schedule into January, that we will be done in September. So that's looking at 68 schools getting 6 hours of training on the instructional framework. We're going to continue to be able to provide makeups to new staff that's hired and to staff that was hired at the beginning of the year who may have not taken part of that. And we're aiming to reach all leaders. Anybody with a credential, certificated staff in the district, is the expectation is that they would be trained. And then, as I said earlier, we also are focused on our paraeducators because they have so much student academic content. Year-round and modified teachers have monthly daytime offerings. So we're trying to look at the best ways we can reach everybody. So that's just a little note there about trainings. So here's a piece I'm going to end my time with before I turn it over to Mrs. Bloomquist. Is we have about a 5-minute video here that's on teacher perspective. So we had a team who went out and did some interviewing, and We had about a 15-minute video and we condensed it and pulled out the highlights of this for today's purposes so you can get an idea of how people are thinking about it. Mr. Sutter is in the video, even though he is no longer here, and he felt that was important as being the president of EGA to be able to speak to what we're doing and how it will impact teachers. Get ready for your viewing pleasure.
Been doing this for a while. So I think the wording of the learning targets is good because we've always been so standards focused. So what I would do is I would take like the state standard and then have the students help me reword it into language they could understand. But having those learning targets already there in their language, I think was a difference for me and made it simple. So when we paced out our year and we decided what we were doing, we added learning target to our pacing guide. So that they're there, and then we don't even have to think of it. It's all right there for us. So I think even having taught for a long time, just tweaking that little piece of it was helpful.
It really allows me to be able to reflect on the instruction that I'm giving students. I can think back to an end of a lesson and say, okay, were my students engaged? Did I include student talk? Were they able to show me what they learned by looking at what I did? Not as much as always looking at what they're doing, but what am I doing as a teacher to allow them to do that and thinking of all the dynamics at the same time.
Again, this goes back to the veteran teacher portion. I like to think that I'm decent at my job and that I can appeal to students' needs. And there's a lot of teaching strategies, especially over the areas that are just embedded. And so when you have a framework like this, it calls out those practices, see those practices and what they are. And instead of looking at it as a whole and what you do all the time, you can see it's like, oh, in terms of that portion, I'm doing pretty well, and I can kind of assess that portion and then make some adjustments there. It's the age-old analysis, right? To break it down and look at those pieces rather than just what you do every day as the nature of what you do. So does it align? It aligns perfectly because it's just the nature of the teaching, right? I don't see it really being different than that other than calling out the pieces for analysis.
It aligned well. It just, I would say it streamlined it a little bit more. It just made it a little clearer. Like I always know what I'm doing and I know why it works, but it put language to why it works.
I think language that's consistent across the district as well as in your school site will make it easier as like we PLC with people and we can all be on the same page. Like, what is a learning target or what is the success criteria? What does it look like to be an effective instructor? That vocabulary being consistent, I think will help us as teachers get better. And I think it will also help students because again, if their vocabulary is the same from kindergarten through 12th grade, they will be able to be successful because they hear those words. Okay, it's student talk time. They'll know what that is and they'll be able to meet that expectation.
The framework gives me a way to categorize and cement the practices that I have in the classroom. It gives me a way to identify by name the things that I know I do. So whereas before I might not have been able to name them kind of specifically, the framework allows me kind of this categorical process, a way to name what I do.
It's the thing we get to do. We get the least amount of time to really sit and talk about what we do. And that's the thing I think that helps the most. So we meet weekly on our early out days. We get an hour and sometimes we're whole department and we'll talk about those things that are a whole department, have those conversations about things like rubrics and portfolios. But then we also meet in teams. So 8th grade teachers will meet together and have those same kinds of conversations, but a little bit more specific to their level. Those conversations are invaluable. They happen before school, they happen at lunch, they happen on the hallway, in the bathroom. It's almost what keeps teachers going. in a sense, because you don't feel like you're alone. You feel like there's other people who have similar frustrations trying to get a point across to kids, or this lesson, or my kids just don't understand this. What are you doing? That's how we keep going.
Well, I really think that this is exciting work. This is the work that we want to be doing. I think what I appreciate about what I'm seeing in terms of what our district has done around this is they've engaged lots of different stakeholders in creating this framework for high quality instruction, that they've looked at the research, but also leveraged kind of district-wide rolling it out. So there's been, education for principals, there's been education for teachers, and not just teachers, but all the support staff too. So I think it's really important to consider how, when we roll something out to an entire district, how everyone needs to be involved in that process.
I think it's palatable and I think it's accessible. I don't think we're talking in lofty, abstract terms. I think we're talking in terms of concrete practice and ways to improve and measure that improvement, not just in our own practice, but then in student achievement and results.
It really just made a really nice, beautiful graphic of all the things that we as teachers have to consider every day when we choose to instruct students. So it really thinks about, right, not just the standards, because obviously those are written, but how do we go about teaching those standards effectively to our students who walk in with all the things under the sun they know or don't know, and how to reach them to get them to be able to meet the standards. But really tells me how I can do that and how I can be an effective instructor for them.
All right, so that gives you a perspective on some teacher voice on how that's being received in the district. And then up next, I have Lorraine Blomquist, who is going to lead you through the classroom observation as a tool for measuring framework implementation.
All right, let's continue. So Jen already showed this graphic, and so we're looking at the observation point. How do we know it's working? And how do I, as a classroom teacher, know that I'm on the right track? So this is going to be a 2-4, if you will. So one of the things that and Jeremy's going to be talking about this a little bit later, font, I think about font of knowledge, and there's even that kind of a little graphic of the water, but the framework observational and note-taking tool, it's that data gathering that we need to do to see, are we on the right path? Are we seeing the principles from the modules evident in the classrooms? So when you go, what you're seeing are the screenshots. So principals, administrators will go into the classrooms and they'll have this on their iPads, so they can do it on their phones as well. What you have in front of you is a district kind of landing page. So you'll see the number of total observations for that year, the percent of teachers observed, percent of sections. So if it's a secondary site, how many classrooms have they gotten into? If it's an elementary site, how many individual teachers have they gotten into? And how many days since their last observation? I think that's a careful little like, hey, 27 days, time to get back in there. So we have that on the landing page for the font. When you go there, the administrator can put in all the information of which teacher is being observed, and they have their site and whatnot. Below that, once the section that the person is observing is inputted, then they have the automatic, and you can see it on the slide, we have the breakdown of who's in the room. Jennifer mentioned that this originally started as a EL walkthrough form. And so we have an idea of who are our clients, who are the kids who are in this room. Do we have students with, do we have high population of English learners? Do we have students who are special ed? So we have our subgroups, because we know that right now we have disproportionality and we want to make sure that we are closing the achievement gap. So who's in the room? Let's help us get to help kids. one of the screens you might see, learning targets, that's what we're going to focus on today. The screen that you have is what you would see as if you were going in there as an observer. So those gray boxes are literally things that the administrator taps when they see something in practice. So in learning targets, there are 3 kind of big ideas. You've got relevant key ideas. And that first one talks about being aligned to grade level standards. That one is significant because if we don't have grade level standards being taught, that's where opportunity gaps happen. And so we want to make sure that we have access, all of our kids have access to what they're entitled to, which is their grade level standards. The accessible key ideas. It's great. We of course want all teachers to have a learning target, but communicating that to students is really important. If the students can tell us back when we ask the question, what are you learning today? If they can tell us, then we know it's been communicated and they're with us on the journey to the learning. They're part of the process. And is it written in student-friendly language? Because the teaching standards, those are written for adults. Those are written for the educators, and those have to be broken down quite a bit to have a successful learning target, an effective learning target. So we want to make sure that it's accessible to students. And lastly, is it explicit? Do we have clear as kind? Is it clear? Is it specific? Are students involved in the process of talking about the learning target? Is it mentioned maybe multiple times throughout the day? That's really important. So that's kind of the depending on which of the principles you would look at, the page would look very similar to that, where it would have the big key ideas, and you have in your purple handout, which I believe is numbered number 1. It would correspond with that. The other, we have different kinds of reports. And so for font at a district level, we can see how many observations are happening. Jennifer mentioned about having homework, field work, really not homework, right? Isabel, you might be thinking, okay, principals get homework too. I saw that little smile that you have. So making sure that we are actually getting out in the classroom, because this is really, really significant to moving the dial, closing the achievement gap. So observation's great. Data gathering is great, but we got to do something with it. So part of this has to have, if we have this common language between those who are observing and those who are teaching, we want to make sure people are providing really significant and impactful supportive feedback so that we're doing something with the observations, because just data gathering by itself doesn't really move the dial. So by having feedback provided, now there's more chance that there's going to be changes in practice. So there's 4 different ways that administrate. I'll name 5. I'm going to explain 4, but I'm going to say 5 as well. With the font itself, there are 4 different ways that teachers can get feedback. One is comment only. I mentioned that there was subgroup data, and below there was a box where it was the administrator watching can just type in, teacher called on 12 students. 12 were able to successfully answer, students working in groups, so that you can put that kind of narrative data in like a text box. So a principal has an opportunity, or administrator has an opportunity to send just that box of whatever they typed into the font, they can send it to the teacher. So it's only comments. They can also, we said about the gray boxes that the administrator touches when they see it observed. So that's good stuff only. They can do the boxes as well as the narrative. That's one way of sending feedback to our teachers. Then it could look at, let's say I'm observing for learning targets. There's some things I don't see. I have an opportunity to say not observed. So a teacher might get what was observed, what wasn't observed, as well as the comments. And then the last one, which virtually nobody uses, is they would see everything, every single principle, but nobody would actually go in to observe for every single principle, but it is an option. The 5th one that I mentioned that's not here, talking to the teacher, having that one-on-one exchange, that makes a difference. So it can be a combination of things so that we have a follow-up, that there's the humanity to the giving feedback and teaching. So what I'm going to ask you to do is take a look at the description of practice. It's number 2. And you've already kind of looked at a continuum. You've probably taken one line and gone across, but now I'm going to ask you to be kind of with me in the journey of being an observer. So we're going to dig into this a little bit more. If you look on that first row, you're going to see the main idea is about being aligned to grade level standards. Because I'm about to show you some observational data. I'm going to ask you, where would you put this on the continuum? So that's where we're headed with this. The second row of bullets is really looking at those key concepts being in student-friendly language. Number 1, is it tied to the learning target, the standards, and is it in student-friendly language? The third row of bullets is how many students, when we ask, what % of students can actually tell us what it is that they're learning? And the fourth one is, how is it communicated? How effective is that communication? So is it multiple times throughout the class period? Is it verbally? Is it posted someplace? So the fourth row has to do with the communication explicitness. All right. When you see this document, will you just take a look at the learning targets, that screenshot, so that you can see the connection to what I just described to the actual boxes that administrators would touch? So I'm just asking you to compare the 2 documents, the one on the screen and the description of practice. All right, next, we're going to start this simulated observation, if you will. You have number 3 handout. It's 2-sided. We're going to start with Mr. ELD Newcomer. This is a 7th and 8th grade classroom. If you walked in and gathered data, and this was your data, how would this data translate to the description of practice? Because when we can identify where it lives as far as on the continuum, then we have a better opportunity of giving really specific and supportive and instructive feedback to our teachers. So for Mr. Newcomer ELD, what I'd like to do is do kind of a think aloud model for you, because when we flip the page, there's an opportunity I'm going to ask you to do it on your own. So I'm going to do a quick think aloud. Mr. Newcomer ELD. I know from the description of practice, I am looking for alignment to grade level standards. I am looking for student-friendly language. I am looking for the % of students who can answer. And I'm looking for how effectively and consistently the learning target was communicated. So when I look at my handout number 3, I'm looking at the learning target that says, finish the graphic organizer. Finish the graphic organizer. Okay, there's nothing that says anything about specific learning. That is a task. That doesn't tell me what students are supposed to learn. I'm reading down the observational notes and I'm looking, okay, yep, the learning target was posted on the board. Kids are raising their hand, answering questions. Student asked what happened to Pluto. The teacher modeled the ER and ESD endings. The teacher asked students to say the word planet in Spanish. I saw students using laptops for primary language support. So I'm trying to gather ideas like, what is this learning target? Finish the graphic organizer is more of a task. So now I'm asking students 3 questions. I'm going to pay close attention to that first column. Ask 3 students, what are you learning? First student showed his graphic organizer. Okay, that's aligning with what the communicated learning target was. Second student pointed to an article that was being read. Okay, that's not about the graphic organizer that was described. And this third student said about planets. So now when I go to the description of practice, and I'm looking at the continuum of 1 through 4, in your heads, I want you to think about, first of all, where does this fit for alignment to grade level standards? It's an ELD class. The learning target would have something to do with language acquisition, and what I see is finish the graphic organizer. So when I look at my options across the board, that one would have to land in a 1. It would have to land, it's inconsistent to grade level standards because it's not about grade level standards. It's about finishing a task. And when we have finishing tasks, we're not being clear to the students what it is that they're learning. They're giving an assignment. It's assigning work versus teaching. So that's the difference. So now I'm looking at, okay, is it in student-friendly language? And are the key concepts from the standards? Well, it definitely is student-friendly, but when I look at the description of practice, in the first column, it says, the learning target explains what the students will do, and that's exactly what this is doing. It says what they'll do. So that practice, unfortunately, is there on that one column. But we've got language that shows, and we can give feedback on how to get better. That's what's really cool about this. So I'm going to continue. Okay. So the thing that was communicated to students, at least on the board, was that they were going to finish a graphic organizer. What % of the students can actually identify that? Well, 1 out of those 3. That's it. So 1 out of 3. So that's going to be a 2. I've got 30%. Statistically significant is about 10% randomly chosen students to respond. So this was a class of, this is an actual class, by the way, 20 students. We asked 3 of them. We were also careful. It is a newcomer class. We were watching what students were actually answering because we didn't want to sway the results and have a language barrier in even the asking of the question. So we made sure that students would be able to answer the questions that were asked. Lastly, so is it posted? Are we having students engage in it and talk about it? Well, it was posted, so it's not that it can't be a 1. When I look at a 2, it says the learning target is identified, but it's not discussed with students, and it looks like that's where the practice falls. So that's how you use it. If you're familiar with writing rubrics, it kind of operates the same way, but this is how we get better. This is how, when we can observe and we can interpret what we're seeing from administrative lens, we can give better feedback and we can anchor it in the language of the description of practice. The other thing on the opposite side, as a teacher, like I'd like to draw your attention to the first row, relevance, over to number 4. It says daily alignment to grade level content area standards. The one thing about a 4 in that first column, I as a teacher am the only one, and my students. I know, my students know if it's daily. Nobody's in there observing me daily. So the only way a 4 exists is with me knowing it. It wouldn't be an outside observer coming in. And so that's where everybody's invited to the conversation. If I was observing and walking in and I see alignment to grade level standards, I might put a 3, but my conversation with the teacher is this happening daily? And talking to students, how often, does your teacher communicate this with you? When it's daily, then it goes over to a 4. And so that's where the reflection piece comes on the teacher point of view. Okay, hopefully that model worked, because I'm going to ask you to flip your paper over to Ms. 3rd grade. What I'm going to ask you to do is essentially what I did. And I'm going to give you options. You have options for response, and it's going to be totally dependent on your comfort level. You have 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's probably not a surprise. These relate to the description of practice 1, 2, 3, and 4. So here's what I'd like you to do. You are invited, you are not required. So I'm gonna give you time to read the Ms. third grade data, interpret that, and I will do it row by row. So I'm gonna do each row and each main idea. Depending on where you think it lands, I'm gonna ask you to do either like, I'll say 1, 2, 3, show me, and you just cover it like this. So wherever you think it lands, 1, 2, 3, show me, you're gonna show me. This is a strategy we use in class. It's an effective one. The reason we do this most of the time, so people can't look at each other's answers. Now, if you don't feel comfortable with that, you wanna go under the table and you wanna compare to your neighbors, because I'm kind of putting you on the spot, you feel free, because we haven't had a chance to calibrate. So Mr. Perez, if you want to compare it to Mr. Vargas and go, what you get? It's okay. All right. And then if you choose not to. Okay. And if you choose not to do anything, that's okay too. Okay. So the idea is for the very first row, where it's talking about alignment to grade level standards. Alignment to grade level standards. You're reading Ms. third grade. What's communicated as the learning target is I will identify the main idea and the supporting details. I'm going to show you a third grade standard. This is a third grade standard. Determine the main idea of a text, recount the details, and explain how they support the main idea. Does this learning target that's identified on the observational data sheet, does that seem to align to grade level standards? And that's what the grade level standards having to do with main idea are about. If it aligns, you're looking across the very first row to determine, is it a 1, 2, 3, or 4? And you're just looking at the language, and you may or may not grab a number. I'll give you think time. I'll give you collaboration time. It's not cheating, it's collaboration. You feeling ready? So 1 represents right here that minimal or inconsistent alignment to grade level standards. A 2 represents, it's aligned to grade level standards, but it may be too broad. So maybe this I will identify the main idea and the supporting details. If you think it's too broad, that might be a 2. If you're thinking, hey, that's pretty good, it's probably going to be a 3. And a 4, we can't tell because we're not in there daily. So I just even took out one of the answers. So it's going to be 1, 2, or 3. So ready? As you are comfortable, 1, 2, 3, show me. All right. See, we're on our way of being calibrated right here. It would be a 3. It would definitely be a 3 because it's narrow enough. It's absolutely aligned to what that third grade level standard is. Okay, the next row talks about, is it in student-friendly language? So if you feel like I will identify the main idea and the supporting details is in student-friendly language, you're going to be looking probably at a 3. The 2 says content standards are used as verbatim learning targets. This is not the same thing that's written on there. So really, it's probably between a 2 and a 3. If you feel like the learning target that's communicated is student-friendly, then it's probably a 3. Feeling confident? All right, 1, 2, 3, show me. All right, I like this. So we've got some disparity there between a 2 and a 4. If we had more time and we were actually calibrating because you were going to be going in and observing, that's what we would be talking about. let's continue and then I'll show you afterwards where we place things. So the percent of students being able to identify the learning target, that's where we're looking at very first column. When the students were asked, what are you learning? Did they tell us they were learning about main ideas and details? So if 0 to 25% new, then it's going to be a 1. If technically, I got to change that because it's not 20. So 25 to 50 percent new, then it's going to be a 2. If 51 to 80% no, then it's going to be a 3. And if it's 81 or more, 81% or more, then it's going to be a 4. So where would you place that particular thing? Students knowing, because students knowing that learning target's really the most important. So 1, 2, 3, or 4, where would you place? I love that you're all participating too. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, when we look down there, every student could name that it was main ideas and supporting details. And when we look at the observational notes, they were asked to participate corally throughout the period. It makes a difference when kids know what they're learning in their effectiveness and their success. So the last one, I'm going to ask about, again, the practices 1 through 4. You look at the observational notes, it was written on the board. Students interacted with it corally. There was sorting that was happening. So the teacher was able to walk around and look to see student progress. So when we look at the practice of how well something is communicated, do we feel like it's a 1, a 2, a 3, or 4 based on this language? How well was that learning target communicated? 1, 2, 3, or 4? I'm going to ask you to read that and then pick the number. Okay. And where do you think it lands? Okay. Most people are showing a 4. When we look at the language of a 4, communication consistently names the learning. We did it at least 3 different times, plus it was written. And it was referenced multiple times throughout the class period. So when we were looking at how we would kind of infer and take this observational data and put it on a description of practice, that's where it lands. You've got 2 3s and 2 4s. So hopefully this kind of gives you an idea of this. It's kind of, the reflection piece is really cool, as well as the opportunity to give really specific targeted feedback. So with that, I will turn it over to my next partner, Germany Henshaw.
Thank you, Ms. Blomquist.
Thanks, Lori. So I'm excited to spend some time with you today talking about how we evaluate programs using our program implementation continuum, or PIC, and share some results from the most recent evaluation of our teaching and learning program, which comprises the instructional framework. So very briefly defining what we mean by program implementation continuum. In the simplest respect, all we mean is just a set of process or output measures that are aligned to adult actions that people are using at our schools to implement best practices for educational programs. But another way to think about a program implementation or continuum, or PIC, is it describes a philosophy for evaluation in this district that we use for our marquee programs. And it starts with this foundation that all of our programs are based in research-based practices. So we're not just coming up with things that we like, we're looking at the things that are generally declared to be successful and we're implementing them in our local context. And our program leaders are going to be steeped in the research behind the programs that we implement. So they're able to articulate a theory of action related to these programs, right? Usually the form, if we do X, then we're going to get Y. And because they understand sort of the active ingredients, right, of what makes those programs effective, they're going to be able to help, they're going to be able to collaborate with our department to figure out what it means to implement those programs, right, in very detailed ways. And as we create those definitions, we create the ways to measure the degree to which people are implementing those programs at our sites. And of course, we're always measuring student outcomes. And when we measure both, we have the ability to test program theory, right? So we can answer the question, is change in implementation of a program associated with change in outcome, which is going to tell us whether or not the program is effective. And of course, measuring implementation is going to give us the ability to improve program implementation because it's going to show us at what sites might need some extra support and what facets of the program might be a challenge or a success for sites. And the goal throughout this process is that we want to establish that programs are effective, and then we can just focus on moving the needle on implementation. And if we do that, we know that implementation is associated with changes in outcome, and the outcomes will take care of themselves. So stated the most simplest way, our goal is to measure implementation. If we can measure implementation, then we can improve implementation of our programs. And if we improve implementation of our programs, we'll improve student outcomes. So now I want to spend some time talking about how we measure implementation. So the first thing that we do to create these measures of implementation is to create a logic model for the program. Logic models that we use in this district primarily have three components. So we have inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Inputs are the things that we're investing into the program that people are going to utilize at the school sites. So these are generally things like money, staffing, training. The outputs are going to be the things that people do at sites to execute the program, right? The boots on the ground who are actually interacting with our students. So we delineate activities that they're supposed to be doing, the best practices, right, that people should be doing at our sites. And then we have implementation measures that are attached to each of those activities that we can use to measure the frequency and quality and fidelity of the ways that they're implementing those activities. And then, of course, we define the intended outcomes of the program, that if we implement it with fidelity, those are the things we hope to see in terms of outcomes. So here we have a logic model for our teaching and learning program. We input, instructional coach capacity and trainings. In turn, we hope to see deeper integration of the instructional framework principles into classroom instruction. We measure those via student perception surveys and teacher perception surveys, along with administrator ratings of classroom instruction through the font, as Ms. Blomquist showed you moments ago. We integrate all three of those and create a measure of implementation. And then, of course, we hope to see improved student learning as a short-term outcome of the program, increased interim assessment scores, improved student climate. And then if we see those, then we expect to see correspondingly increased student achievement, lower rates of discipline, and improved social and emotional competencies. So the most important work creating these measures of implementation begins in the logic model, focusing on this column here. So after we've created a set of measures of implementation, we may have a lot of them. In the case that you'll see in moments when we look at a detailed report for our teaching and learning program, we have a lot of measures, which is great for getting into the very detailed work of seeing what's a challenge and what's a success, right? Like the diagnostic information you'd need to know where to focus your efforts. But there's sort of like small pieces of a puzzle. So in order to get the whole picture of a program, the level of implementation of a site, we need to organize them. We need to provide them with structure. So we take measures that are conceptually similar, and we group them into what we call subcomponents. So in the case of teaching and learning, those are the instructional principles, right, related to the instructional framework. We take those subcomponents, we aggregate them into components, right, which are broader measures of a facet of a program, and then we aggregate those into an overall measure of program fidelity for each school. Once we do that, we end up with a score of implementation, which is on a scale from 0 to 100%, where 0 would indicate low or no implementation, and 100% would indicate complete fidelity of implementation. Now, these are always going to be a little bit different program to program. And so in some cases, 70% is a good score for program implementation, and others it might be bad. So we always interpret these scores, these 0 to 100% scores, in terms of levels, right? Categorical levels of implementation that have uniform interpretability. So 1 is the lowest, 4 is the highest, but the idea is 3 is the standard we want our sites to be at. So 3 and 4 are going to be meeting or exceeding the standards sort of in the parlance of achievement. This is this is the pick for teaching and learning, right, which encompasses the instructional framework. And it shows you how we put all the pieces together and what we're measuring. So, of course, instruction, we've got all the instructional principles that we alluded to before. We also have these classroom conditions, and the idea behind these are the enabling conditions that make learning conducive for students. So personal connection, curricular connection, academic connection. We also measure the extent to which our administrators are following through with good observational practices related to the framework. So the amount of time they're spending in classrooms on observations, the percentages of classrooms they've observed, and the extent to which they're providing feedback to teachers. You'll see here in the details and the small print on the bottom that we weight the perspectives differently among our 3 groups, placing the greatest emphasis on student perspective, because we believe students have the greatest amount of exposure to what's going on in classrooms. They're best poised to provide us with the most accurate information about what's happening in classrooms. So here we have some examples of some of the student climate survey questions that we use to measure implementation of the instructional framework. For instance, for learning targets, continuing on with what Ms. Blomquist was talking about, we asked the question, does your teacher explain what you will learn and why? It's like a sample measure of how we measure the student perspective. We also asked teachers to reflect on their practices and rate the extent to which they're implementing the instructional principles. So learning targets for teachers, we asked them an agreement question with the STEM, I frequently define what students need to know and understand. They would rate their agreement with that principle. And then the way that we measured administrator perspective on implementation was we took the percentage of those key ideas that they saw being implemented across the school related to the various principles of the instructional framework. So now I'd like to orient you to a very detailed report that we produced and gave out to our principals back at the September kickoff meeting for calibration training with principals to give them a chance to reflect on the state of implementation in 22-23 for their sites. So did we hand it? Thank you. So you're going to receive a report in moments. And I wanted to briefly guide you through how to read this report, so orienting to what it means. So this is real data, but we've anonymized the schools there. So you should see like red elementary or blue middle school, so on and so forth. So the first thing we notice here is that each of these rows are going to be very detailed measures related to the instructional principles and to the teaching and learning pick. So they're going to be things like survey items and font ratings. For each of these, we give you the source of where it came from, right? So here we've highlighted that source came from the font. And then moving along the columns, the first column we're seeing here is this site value, and that's the percentage favorable for that particular school on that particular measure. So when we talk about favorability, the way to interpret the scores is bigger is always better, right? Smaller is always worse. In order to provide a point for comparison, we also provide the segment value. So if I'm an elementary school, my segment is going to be elementary, and the value there is the total rating across all elementary schools, with the idea that that's going to be the best point of comparison that folks have to know whether or not that's a high or low value. Then we calculate the difference between site and segment, where positive scores indicate success and negative scores might indicate a challenge. And then what's very glamorously labeled insight in the most right column is just giving you a sense of whether or not that difference is substantial. And so all sites got strengths and challenges that we would give them as a starting point to begin their work at their sites. And then we have, other sources here for the student climate survey and for the teaching and learning survey that went out to teachers. And all these measures were gathered from spring 22-23. So they're pretty recent. In the interest of time, I'm not sure if we have enough time to spend on doing a reflection and share out, but you have the data there. Are there any quick observations any of you would be willing to share out?
Go ahead if we have some quick observations.
I'm wondering how you're going to explain this to parents, that this is the way we're going to evaluate teachers.
This is not used for teacher evaluation.
Or the principal is going to score if the teachers get across with the students.
I think that's a little bit off topic. Why don't we say that to the end and see if.
Well, okay, what's the purpose of this?
To provide a summative evaluation of the program, to render a judgment about
the evaluation of the principal.
Mr. Pettis, if we ask questions, we have to allow them to be answered. So, okay, if you ask a question.
Oh, you want to finish? Okay,
you can proceed.
Excuse me. Okay, what?
Go ahead, Mr. Hinshaw.
I was going to say the point of the teaching and learning pick is to render a judgment about the impact of the program on a variety of student outcomes, which I'm going to get to immediately.
All right, so you're just.
So I misinterpret the objective of this exercise or presentation.
It looks like it. Let's let him proceed. It sounds like
let me ask you
getting ahead, Mr. Pettis.
So you mentioned that first of all, apparently all these teachers, principals gone through many hours of training, and they're going to go to the classroom, observe the teacher.
Mr. Pettis, let's hold questions till
Yes
the
or
end.
no?
Hold on, Mr. Hinshaw. Mr. Pettis, let's hold questions till the end because I think they're probably going to answer a lot of our questions. And he just said, some of what you asked, he's going to cover. So let's hold on to them, okay? I thought it was like a quick clarification, but other than
I want to be clear what I'm trying to comprehend.
Okay,
and
got it.
And I'm wondering, these exercises are going to be in a classroom, and the principal that's going to walk in there, and I know they realize that there's a learning curve, there's achievement gap, and how you consider that an issue in this process.
Okay, but Mr. Hinshaw is not talking about exercises. He's talking about
and outcomes.
How do we evaluate ourselves? How do we know that what we're doing is effective? Okay.
Right.
So that's actually a feature in this analysis rather than an impediment. Because in order for this analysis to work, we're going to look at differences in implementation. So if everybody was implementing at 100%, there would be we would see no association with outcomes because everybody would be at the same level in the same place. So we leverage the differences between implementation in classrooms and across schools as that's an important mechanism here in order to gauge the association with outcomes. So I would say it's very important to the work to have that.
I agree with this important word, but I don't see that. Let me ask you this: is this the model that the state of California is doing it throughout districts, and how does this come? And you mentioned that these other state measurements how they going to?
Okay, Mr. Pettis.
What?
I'm going to pause you. As I said, we're going to hold questions till the end because I want them to get through the presentation.
We're going to
also, Mr. Pettis, they've actually already given you the answer to that question at the beginning when they described the parts of this that are wholly created within Elk Grove Unified and what they were based on. Yes.
This is the only district in California is doing this process.
We don't know that. There are probably others doing something similar, but we are doing our own process that we created.
Okay, I'd like to see the research.
With that, Mr. Pettis, we're going to proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Can I ask a really quick, can you remind me what segment value is?
Segment would be, if it's an elementary school, that would be the percentage favorable across all elementary schools. And if it's middle, it would be all middle schools. If it was high school, it'd be all high schools.
Within Elk Grove Unified.
That's
only.
Yeah.
So this is basically a comparison between sort of what the entire district looks like versus the school. It's the specific school.
Yes, in a hopefully an apples to apples manner.
So in this one in particular, it would look like this school is struggling somewhat compared to other schools. That's essentially what this shows.
So yes, if they had a lot of challenges, then that's what would be the takeaway.
Okay, and that's related to implementation of the programs. That's not necessarily talking about ultimate outcomes. We're talking about that this school is specifically struggling with implementation of these particular programs.
Yes, and to the extent that those measures are related to outcomes, you could make that inference, and that's what I'm hoping to talk about now.
Thank you.
Okay. So we use this information to, as I said, make a judgment about the impact of the program on selected student outcomes. So I'm going to show a bunch of slides, and I just want to give you a sense of how we do this analysis. First, graphically, we do it through a scatter plot, where on the right, you'll see one such scatter plot where each of the dots is a particular school in our district. We measured implementation and outcome for that school, implementation on the x-axis and outcome on the y-axis. And what we hope to see through these scatter plots is that he's going to arrange themselves into a shape like a line, right? And the degree to which those points are close to that line of best fit is going to give us a sense of the strength of the association between implementation and outcomes. So that's a graphical way that we look at that, but we also look at correlation coefficients, which give us a single number to look at to gauge the strength of that association. So we conducted this analysis looking at 22-23 data, and the first outcome we're looking at assessing the association with the teaching and learning pick is student achievement on the SBAC ELA assessment. So we found that there is a significant, substantial relationship between implementation of the instructional framework at our schools and increasing student achievement. To give a concrete sense of sort of the nature of this relationship, one way to think about it is as schools go up a level of achievement, a level of implementation on this continuum, you would expect them to have an increase of 7 scale score points across the entire school. So that's for ELA for all students. We also looked at this relationship among our targeted student groups, like our African-American students. So again, this comparison is ELA achievement for just our African-American students and the teaching and learning implementation in each particular school. And we can see that the strength of the relationship is even larger as we look at our target groups, which indicates that it's likely it's even more critical for our targeted groups. Additionally, we looked at the same thing for English learners. We found the same relationship, right? This stuff is more important and has a bigger impact for them. We also looked at for math. We found strong, compelling results that show that implementation of the framework is associated with increased student achievement in math. We also looked at students with disabilities and their achievement in math, and again, found that has that differential impact as we saw with some of our other targeted student groups. We also looked at the relationship with suspension rate. We found that as teachers embed the principles of the instructional framework more deeply into their practices, we also see a reduction in student suspensions at schools. We also looked at student self-reported SEL competencies as they reported on our SEL annual survey. We also found there was a significant and compelling relationship with increased SEL competency among our students as well. So all the measures we've shown before were an aggregate of the 3 perspectives, right? Teacher, administrator, and student. But when we look at implementation strictly through the student perspective only, right? Remember, we gave that greater emphasis in the overall scores that we gave sites. But when we look at it just by itself, we found even more compelling relationships, right? Which really highlights that we need to attend to student perspective of implementation in the classrooms. So to sum up the findings of the evaluation, this is consistent with our findings from 21-22 as well. So we have a good body of evidence to think that fidelity of implementation of the instructional framework is significantly associated with improved academic achievements. Particularly, it has a differentially greater impact on our targeted student populations with improved student discipline and improved social emotional skills. This work is compelling and exciting and is recently garnered national attention as well. So In May of 22-23, Elk Grove Unified was honored by Harvard University. We received their Data Excellence Award, which is a national award that's awarded to a single educational entity like a school district or a college or a state agency for promising practices in data usage. And with that, I will pass it to Jenny, Mrs. Avey.
Ms. Avey. All right. And to emphasize that award from Harvard, it shows the collaboration within the district because research and evaluation is only as good as what we do program-wise to provide them with information and work collaboratively. So I think it's something to really celebrate about the work that goes on in this district with all employees. Instructional framework, next steps. So this is our goal. Let's complete those
I was going to ask questions regarding that.
We will when she's done.
So within regards to the instructional framework, we're going to complete these initial module trainings. We're looking at onboarding cycles for training in regards to new hires in the future. And as new hires, teachers are hired along the calendar year. We're also looking at developing what we are calling our next level training that could potentially have a certification process where you demonstrate that you're certified as a teacher and that there is some type of incentive for teachers to do that. There's like national board certification. We could have something internally in our district. So that's something we're exploring. And those are conversations we would also have with our EGA partners. And then we're also focusing on enhancing the use of the font data so that we can improve practice. It comes back to the piece. We are training people. We are giving feedback. We are measuring, taking feedback from students, from teachers, the feedback from principals, and then we're making those correlations between student outcomes and what teachers are doing in the classroom. We're going to continue using that. We'll build out the font, the actual tool, so that we can provide even better data sources to our site leaders who are leading this work. One of the things we're looking at too is rapid cycle measures, RCMs. And basically what these are is a formative version of the surveys that go on in our district. So if I'm a classroom teacher and I want to check in on, I've been working very hard on learning targets and success criteria, and I've been doing that intentionally and strategically for 6 to 8 weeks. And I now want to survey my students to get their feedback on how I'm doing. Teachers are going to have that ability in 2024 to be able to work directly with research and evaluation and to be able to ask for that survey, and then they would get the results back immediately. So we're trying to look at cycles that we can bring in that aren't just the district level of improving program, but allows the teacher to use that as well. The last slide, we won't spend time going over it, but it gives you an idea of this is what a teacher would receive in terms of a report. So that's kind of in the prototype development, and that's our future next step. So with that, I'll invite the team back up here, and we will end with questions for the day.
Okay, colleagues, we have one action item after we conclude this one. So if we can all keep ourselves individually to 5 minutes or less, we can end on time. Does that mean you would like to skip your opportunity, Mr. Bettis?
We are here to what?
Okay.
I know.
Okay. I started as we're not here for speeches, sir. We're not here to be lectured, Mr. Bettis. We're not here to be lectured. We are here to be considerate of all of the professionals who need to get going so that they can continue to implement this good work on behalf of our students. I started with Ms. Albiani last time. Mr. Bettis, I need you to stop interrupting me while I'm trying to run this meeting. Excellent. Since Mr. Bettis has walked away from the dais, we are beginning with Mr. Vargas. Do you have any questions or comments?
Sure. So I wanted to start by saying thank you guys so much for this, presentation. I, recently was on a site visit where I saw some of this stuff in action. And even though I did not know what it was at the time, or I did not make that connection, being in the classroom where, this was being implemented, I remember thinking as I was watching it, oh, that's such a good idea to be constantly reinforcing, both the forest of learning and the trees, right? The broad and the narrow, like what you want the students to learn so that they know what the goal is, and they have something to be driving towards. I think it was such a interesting revelation to me. And so now that I see where all that is coming from, it both makes sense, and I'm so glad that it is so intentional. What you guys are doing. I only really have one question. I mean, I have a million questions, but for this space, one question in particular, which is, I think when you're working with teachers and you're trying to do observations, I teach, and one of the things that I like least is when the dean is there looking over my shoulder. And so how do you work with teachers to sort of, I guess, instill not just the expectation and overcome sort of the resistance to this constant sort of cycle of feedback and observation and collaboration, but to create, a culture where that is accepted, expected, and we all sort of embrace that?
So we're going to start, that's the work we're doing with principals, because the principals are the ones leading the work, and the principals are the one who are really giving feedback to teachers. And one of the pieces we're emphasizing is feedback has to be supportive. It has to be about improving practice. It has to be about, we're not here to get you. We're here to support you so you can be your very best with the students who are there. And then it's also continued work we do with our instructional coaches through cognitive coaching, some of the facilitation skills that they're taught, so that when they're directly working with teachers, they can also cultivate that culture of reflection and being open to feedback and change. Teaching is such a personal job, as you know, that until we really master that, people personalize feedback. So I think that's the piece, by really emphasizing that feedback needs to be supportive, really intentional, but we want it to be supportive.
Yeah, I think that especially for me, going into about 10 years of teaching, that is one of the biggest challenges. Was early on, I think, more than anything, is you feel so like you put so much work into this, and your lesson plans and what you're doing, and it does feel very personal. And it takes a while before you kind of get to that point where you're like, okay, like it's not personalized. The feedback is all in good. It's very intentional and thoughtful and things like that. So I appreciate that you guys are being thoughtful about that as well. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna.
Oh, you want me to go back to Cody?
No. I'll try again at the end.
I'll be last. How's that?
We'll give that a shot, sir.
Did I just come forward to you?
I shared with Mark during a break that I appreciate our meetings.
Can you get closer to the mic, Carmen?
Yes, that I appreciate our meetings because it puts me in a better position to understand presentations when we receive them. That being said, and we've had pretty lengthy discussions, this is a different environment. So what you have shared very thoroughly and certainly very specifically is what we are doing as a district to improve on instruction, quality of instruction. Both really from, to me, a couple of perspectives, but the principal's ability to be that leader, the teacher's ability to understand what they're doing, so on and so forth. At the end of the day, however, what people want to know is, so what does it mean in terms of student outcome performance? And right now, our only measure of performance that is published is the California Assessment of Student Progress. It's the only thing we have. And to me, those scores aren't particularly terrific. 50%, 51% meeting standards for fourth grade, 51 at fifth grade, and so on and so forth. So the only printed measure is not a particularly positive measure of what we're doing. So is there going to be a correlation between the two that you can share?
So that's what I was getting to with, oh, I think I've broken it. But the slide where I was showing the scatter plots with SBAC ELA performance, so it's the same measures that that you're reporting, the CAS measures, right? The SBAC ELA assessment is one component of that, and the SBAC math assessment is another component. And we're seeing a relationship as implementation improves across our schools, we see improved student outcomes. We do have some work to do in improving implementation, and when we do that, we expect to see a corresponding improvement in outcome.
Okay. Adding to a comment that Nancy made a while back, and some of the things that Tony has asked. How and when do we share with our parents what we're doing, why we're doing it, and what the benefit is, so that everybody's kind of on the same page of understanding what we're all about? We're investing huge amounts of time and huge amounts of dollars. So what difference does it make? When do we do that, and how do we do that?
So we've been really, I can't give you an exact time on that, but that is part of our long-term goals, because what we first wanted to do is train people, and then train people to give feedback, and then train people to receive feedback, and to keep calibrating that whole process so that we can improve, help our teachers, who we have great teachers, help them be more specific and more targeted about what they're doing to get better student outcomes. So part of the reason we haven't done a specific action, working with FACE or school site teams to get that out to parents, is because we want to make sure we equip our staff as well with the information they need before the details of the specifics that we would expect a teacher to have going on in a classroom. So it is definitely part of the plan. There's conversations about it, but it's this initial phases of what we're doing to support the training and then to support the reflection and the growth is what I would say for that.
And if I could, for just very quickly, one of the things that we're constantly having conversations about is what data is best for which people. And so programmatic data, there may be some parents who are interested, but parents are interested in what's in it for my child. So we have the family teacher academic inputs. We have the FTAT meetings, for example. That's the example of when teachers are sitting down and groups of going over all kinds of data that is more relevant to student learning than this. And so there are a number of measures what's really important to remember from this is that, and it is new, so it's relatively new to everybody who's addressing it. One of the things that is a fundamental theory of action for us is that education has primarily focused on outcome data only. That's it. You can't determine cause from outcome measures. You can guess, but you can't determine that. That's why we've been focusing on the output. That's where education, in our opinion, and it's not saying other school districts aren't necessarily doing this, but to be perfectly frank, if they were, it would be done all over the place because it's the right thing to do and it's not easy. So this started actually almost a decade ago in the first program, because this is all based on, that's why I shared that information earlier on about mechanistic thinking. This all starts with programmatic deconstruction. That's mechanistic thinking. And so we approached it with our EL program and looked at EL walkthrough forms and a variety of these things, then understood that this can translate and transfer out. And so in terms of, you raise a question that I do. So if that's the only public data that's available, is that a complete, accurate representation of what our kids are able to do know and are able to do. I think it's an important measure, but I don't think so. So then what is it? It is our job to be able to have a clearer reflection of what that is. And we're not satisfied with those results, by the way. They're concerning to us. But we do have other measures, and I just use that as an example of what we are looking at is while we're looking at evaluating program, not, and I should clarify, measuring programmatic implementation and then looking at it in terms of student outcomes. The other things we're doing is how do we best inform our families? And that's why we're seeing the results that we're seeing over here. So not trying to skirt around the question. Those numbers should be concerning and they're concerning to us, but we don't believe that they're a complete reflection of what kids know and are able to do.
Yeah.
Mr. Fortune, I'm sorry to have to cut you off. And I know you're asking rich questions and they come after you have spent considerable time doing your homework on this topic. But we are over our guideline. We're almost at 8 minutes now. I asked folks to keep to a 5-minute guideline. So I'm going to suggest this. So there is no yelling at the presiding officer. There is no, sir, if you can't control yourself, please step outside of the room. Thank you. If you can't control yourself, please step outside of the room, Mr. Pettis. Thank you. So board members, I know Mr. Fortuna has some additional rich questions and maybe some others do now, or they might come up in the, later on today when you're digesting this. I would love for you to send me those questions so that we can get them answered and that we can all benefit from the response to those, because I realize 5 minutes is not enough on such a rich topic. So with that, we're going to move forward. Ms. Sigala.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Yeah, I just wanted to say, as like a student, in terms of like the outcomes that you're measuring and
Hold on, Ms. Sigala. I need one conversation at a time. That means no other board member speaking while somebody else has the floor, okay? That you do not have the floor, sir. Thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Sigala.
Oh, yeah, just in terms of like, even like the activity we did and learning targets, I really think that's an effective way to measure, because I realized looking at that, the classes I learned the most from are the ones where there's student-friendly language and, where our learning targets aren't just presented on the board, but explained to us. So yeah, I really appreciate that. And then just one small thing, it was kind of building off of what Mr. Vargas said about, there's that probably scary aspect for teachers to be evaluated in that way. And I just like that you're also asking students to make sure that your evaluation reflects what happens on a daily basis. And I just think that's important. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sigala. Ms. Albiani?
I have two short things. One, I can remember years ago sitting here and saying, we want in your classrooms because we want to help you. We want to get better. And I hope that teachers know that's genuinely true. We are not in your classroom to get you. We just all want the same thing. And you're not teaching if you don't want your kids to get better. I mean, you choose to teach because you want to teach kids. So we're figuring out the best way. And I think that's really impressive. And to a point about parents, I think at some point, I don't even know whose department this falls in, but report card conferences are an incredible opportunity, especially in elementary, to let parents know what's going on. And I have 4 kids and I've had a variety of report card conferences, and I've had a bunch that say, your kid's doing great, you don't need to come. No, that opportunity to say what we're learning, what your kid's learning, when they get older, to have your kids run them. I think there's some really good best practices that teach families, that give kids growth, and that allow teachers to get the information they need to their parents to be their best advocate for their child and to make them part of the community of the classroom. So that's a little off topic, but it does have, I think it ties in with the family knowing what's going on. There's a tie there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. Mr. Pettis, do you have any questions or comments?
Can I heed 4 minutes to Mr. Forcina and do 1 minute?
No, sir, you are not the presiding officer for this meeting.
Can I do that?
I just said, no, you may not.
Okay. You mentioned us.
Sir,
Are you?
Mr. Pettis, you need to sit down and speak closer to the microphone or you will not be captured on the video.
I think I'm speaking it loud enough and it's capturing my voice.
It's a matter of public transparency.
You are wasting our time, Mr. Press, please.
Mr. Bettis, you will either sit down and ask your questions or we're going to move on.
Oh, you want me to sit down, huh?
Well,
Okay.
it would be the respectful,
Now, for the
professional thing to do. Yeah,
Sit down for the cause of the students.
excellent.
You mentioned student climate. I didn't see school climate. Are you going to measure that as a result?
So we do measure school climate through the perspective of staff and students, but we didn't include that as a selected measure to report out on today.
Well, we received millions of dollars on school climate measurements, and I think it's very important that we address that issue.
Mr. Bettis, we're going to stick to the topic on the agenda. Okay?
That is the number two.
The instructional framework, sir.
And is there plans for training and doing a workshop for parents in the near future? How are we going to do this?
So that's part of the future plans, wasn't necessarily sharing this data with them. It's talking about teaching and learning so that parents can understand that. And that comes back to, we're working first with our staff that needs to actually do the work and provide feedback to the work. And that would be something that we would look at accomplishing down the road and look at what the needs of the parents are. You know, do they need this type of presentation, or is it an understanding of the benefit of the principles we have, which is probably, I would think, the approach that we might take. So not a specific timeline, but absolutely.
The other one is that, you know, again, there are a lot of programs, teacher evaluation programs. And again, I would like to see those research that you base this project on, because the fact that, you know, the Golden Bell Awards of the California School Board Associations, they have excellent models how they evaluated and given awards to various school districts throughout California on this subject matter. So it kind of irks me that you're reinventing or doing this particular individual program that has not even been proven. And if it was so good that through Harvard, how come we haven't submitted a proposal to receive the Golden Bell Award to the California School Board Association for outstanding services to our students? You know, to me, that's a contradiction of, you know, and I'm sorry to say this, but, you know, it's a sad day that, you know, and this is a new process. Like, did you address Common Core? That was another other issue I was wondering. The process of delivering, teaching in the classroom is Common Core. I didn't see a language of how you're going to do Common Core and, you know, evaluation of the teachers, how they're presenting it. Are we doing that now? Are we changing that evaluation of Common Core and not?
So what we presented has to do with the pedagogy. It's how things are being taught. What you're referencing are the specific standards. So when we talked about if something's standards aligned, then that's when Common Core comes in. So my example with the teacher who wrote the learning target completed graphic organizer, that didn't represent the Common Core because it was about finishing a product, right? So, but the one that was about the main idea in detail, that's aligned to the Common Core. So the Common Core has to do with the content of math and English. So it's the what is being taught versus what we presented on the instructional framework is how it's being taught.
Right. I mean, but the Common Core, we have trained teachers to deliver the curriculum of study in that process, correct? Now, are they being evaluated on that through this process?
So this is about program implementation. So we're looking at the implementation of the instructional framework. Teacher evaluation is a separate process. It's based on the California standards for the teaching profession.
But we were told that Common Core was going to have positive positive outcomes.
Mr. Bettis, you're getting off topic, and this is not the appropriate, these are not the appropriate people to debate that with at this time. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're done. Thank you. Great questions and comments from my colleagues. I appreciate the engagement. Anyone else who has questions, again, please share them out so we can all benefit from the information. If you're still confused about what this is all about, I encourage you to invest some additional time, the way Mr. Fortuna has, meeting with these fine folks, and I'm sure they will straighten you out. Let's see, you also anticipated what my questions would have been, which was about how to make this, if possible, a useful tool for teachers. Would just be excellent in terms of adding value. And Mr. Fortuna hit on, my question that was percolating, which is how do we tell this story as well? So that is what I have. Thank you so much for both of these presentations. I know we have been just itching to talk about teaching and learning. And for those of us who knew that this work had been going on, we were eager for an update. And now we're eager for whatever the next steps are, and to be able to tell the public about the great work that you all have been doing. And most excitingly, about the results that it is yielding, especially for those students in our targeted population. So that is really the highlight, the headline of the story. And we thank you so much for this work. And we can't wait to hear about what you do next in this project. Thank you with that.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you all. So that concludes the instructional framework item. The next item is the consent agenda. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for the consent agenda?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for that item.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. Do we have any blue cards for the consent agenda?
We have no blue cards, Madam President.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 3 on the consent agenda.
Move approval of items 1 through 3.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vargas, second by Ms. Albiani. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the consent calendar is approved. There were no no's, so it was unanimous. The item is approved. I need you to stop interrupting, sir. I am adjourning this meeting at 2:40 p.m. Thank you.